Good evening, guys, or good morning. I don't know why I said good evening. Good morning and welcome out to Revolution. And so, sorry I'm late. We just had some guests in the house, and we were saying big goodbyes and standing by the car for quite a while. But that's all cool. We're live now. And so, yeah, I listened to this Mark Ward video. So we're going to go through his going on the offense for the New King James, but we also want to go through his debate announcement video, because one of the reasons why I go through everything with Mark Ward is he talks very fast, and oftentimes this goes over people's heads. And so one of the reasons why I slow things down is because sometimes Mark's making a point, then he's segueing to another point, and in between he says 3 or 4 very fast things that throw KJV TR defenders under the bus. He'll just say, well, most of these people don't know the original languages anyway, blah blah blah, and he'll just make these outlandish claims, and you're just left there going, why didn't I say this the first time? It's because he's talking so fast. And oftentimes he's using highfalutin language as well. Like he's demonizing the King James Version and saying it's so uber hard to read that you may as well get rid of that and get an ESV. So he's not really he's not really practicing that in his own life or in his videos. Where sometimes you look at the videos and it's almost like he's trying to be, a wordsmith with some of the words that he's coming up with. And it's like, well, most people who I know who are intellectuals don't even use those words. He's obviously got a thesaurus for Christmas or something, and he's sounds like Sylvester Stallone trying to sort of fudge his way through and impress people. And that's all fine. But it's like, you can't just sort of demonize people for reading the King James and having to look up a word in a dictionary and then do a whole video for lay people where it's like, well, most people don't really even understand what you're talking about. And so, there's just these contradictions all the way through what Mark Ward's saying. But I just thought I'd show you this clip. So I've hit the radar of Jonathan Burris. Now, I've already been on the radar of Jonathan already, but I just thought I'd show you this little bit.
Last week, I did a video on the Septuagint where I responded to a popular King James onlyist on X who had made the statement that the Septuagint was a 4th century AD forgery. Well, I should have put a trigger warning on that video.
A trigger warning, these guys get upset when you respond to their videos. I mean, it's not just upset. It's not upset because of something you said or whatever. It's because I went through his video like word by word and gave my opinion on it. Like, what's wrong with that? I mean, TurretinFan did 20 video responses to my book. I'm glad that he did. It was like, at least it's being discussed. Like Jonathan Burris should come on his program and say, well, I'm glad that some people responded, but I didn't like the way that they responded. He's just like, people are triggered. And, he's just, this is the type of sensationalism that these guys do. Mark Ward, well, Jonathan Burris makes Mark Ward's videos. He edits them. So you can tell there's that very similar type of background.
Really upset some King James onlyists and some non-King James onlyists that I didn't even talk about in the video, but one who decided that he was going to do 5 hours of content responding to that 17-minute video. And I made it about 9 minutes into the second video, didn't watch much of the first either, and found out he wasn't really representing what was said in the video at all.
Okay, so I will...
but just used it as a way to rant for a while. But a dear brother.
Okay, so that's about all he says there. But he did comment on that video. So I'll get you the comment. It's just like, what's wrong with someone like responding? If someone responds for 5 hours, I mean, sure, I don't expect everyone to watch everything I do, but at least you can fast forward things. You can get to certain points. But he got 9 minutes into it. Okay, so I'll just find this quote that he put up here. Yeah, here we go. So he says, so this is 5 days ago. Burris, it seems to have been their preferred version of the scriptures. That's what he's saying that he said. And then he's like, Sayers, okay, so they were Septuagint onlyists back in the day. Not only did they abandon the original Hebrew, and so, he's quoting me say that, but then I explained because he stopped it there, copied and pasted that and gone, I'm not going to continue on. He's misrepresenting me. I go and say, well, this is the reason why they would be labeled as Septuagint onlyists, because they demonize King James onlyists for going to the English and overriding the Greek and Hebrew with an English translation. So this is a common thing that they'll say. But then they're going to a translation of the Septuagint and they're overriding the Hebrew with a translation. So they're doing exactly the same thing. And that's why I mentioned that. So what I did was put the conclusion first, explained it, but he heard the conclusion and said, well, that's nothing to do with what I've just said. Well, I do go on for about another 4 hours, 4 hours and 50 minutes. So obviously, if he's not going to venture past the 9-minute mark, he's not really interested in a critique of his position. And so this is the problem, like with Jonathan Burris. Yeah, he came on the Textus Receptus Academy, and look, I've let people loose on that Facebook page. People come on there and say, hey, Nick, you're a liar, capital, letters. You're a King James onlyist kooky, all this, and I'm like, okay, well, prove it, And I'm not like, block straight away. It's like, okay, well, let's expose to everyone how unhinged this person is. And so I let people say lots of things. Sometimes it just gets to the point where it's like, well, this person's just taking up everyone's energy. Let's get rid of them. I think we had Rick Norris on there for a while. And in the end, you just realize he was just copying and pasting stuff. He wasn't even reading the comments. Like, he wasn't interacting. So it's like, well, you've already got that on your website. Let's just not deal with it here. But a lot of people were going through and critiquing his stuff. And so that's what I really wanted was, someone with a good argument, not just a brain dead argument and just throwing it up there. And it's like, well, if this is one of their best arguments and we can pull this apart, surely we can, with the other people who come along, we'll be able to destroy their arguments too. This is a strong argument. But Jonathan Burris came on the Textus Receptus Academy, and he was just saying a bunch of stuff about Erasmus and Revelation 1:8. And so I went through and I was showing him things, and he would just sort of like sprout, but have a whole bunch of verbiage and wouldn't interact or just say, no, you're completely wrong. You're off the wall. It's like, well, no, you got to explain why I'm wrong. I've just shown you some information. You have to deal with it. And then, so then he made a video, and so I was poking holes in that, and it just got to the point where he just really wasn't listening or interacting. He was shouting, and it was during the time where I think he just left like a King James only church, and he tried to convert it or whatever, and he got booted or he left or whatever happened. I can't really recall, but it got to the point where I was just like, look, if you're not going to interact, I'm going to have to, block you. And so. And he also said that he wasn't stopping comments on the threads. And we actually have a screenshot. Jonathan Burris has blocked comments on this thread. There was some way that he could do that because he started the thread. And so, because I certainly didn't do it. And people were saying, Nick, did you stop the comments? I'm like, no, someone did. And then we got to the bottom of it, and it was him. And he was denying that he did it. And so maybe he did it by accident or whatever, but it was just, I showed him the screenshot, and he was just so loud. It was just like, you know what, you're out. And then he contacted me personally, and I can even bring up, I think I've actually brought up the chat on one video. And it just sort of got to the point where he just wasn't really, it was just a monologue. He was just shouting. And I'm like, well, hang on, what about this? What about that? And then, so all I did was every time he talked to me, I just put up a picture of a howler monkey. So I just copied like 20 howler monkey pictures and would just put them up each time he said something, because it was just like, well, that's what you're doing, dude. You just howler monkeying. You're just hooting, making your noises, and it's like you're talking past me. You're not even talking to me at all in a private chat now. And so obviously we can see here he gets 9 minutes into a critique video, and then he's just like, that's enough. He's misrepresenting me. And where I'm misrepresenting, because I thought, oh, maybe I did. So I rewound it, went back, had a look, and I was like, no, I said this. Then I explained what a Septuagint only person is, how it's the same principle as a King James onlyist. And when I say they abandoned the original Hebrew, the whole thing was, well, Jesus in a synagogue was apparently talking Greek to a whole bunch of Jewish people. So to say, well, they abandoned the Hebrew, obviously, when I say they abandoned it, it doesn't mean, well, they've carried it off the edge of a cliff and thrown it off. It means they're not using it, sitting there gathering dust while they're using this new Greek thing. And so it's not like I've said something outlandish. But at the end of the day, he doesn't want to interact. And this is what I've found with James White. I wrote a whole book on Revelation 16:5. He came to Australia. Now, at the time, I was living in Pakistan. I came back to Australia for a little stint, and I was like, "Wow, James White's going to be in Brisbane." No, it was the Gold Coast. I think it was the Gold Coast. Anyway, no, it was Brisbane. And so I was street preaching when I was in Australia, in Brisbane and the Gold Coast, like most weekends. We would, go to Brisbane or go to the Gold Coast. And so they're very close. And I would drive like an hour and a half to go there. And so for me to drive that distance isn't like a big deal for me. It's like, oh, cool, I'm going to head up there. And my friend who I would go street preaching with, he was the guy who invited James there. So when I went to the church, I knew half the people there. So James White had made out that I was this desperate guy who traveled all this way and did this, momentous thing because I'm obsessed and all this. It was like, no, I've actually written a book. I've been thinking about you for the last month because I've written a book, and you just so happen to be up the road where I do frequent. Here's the book. Put it in his hand, and he refused to take it and announced on the dividing line that I was a desperado and he would never read it. Isn't this amazing? Like these are some of America's best apologists, you know what I mean, and how they behave. They're just so like the thing is, if Jonathan Burris is like, oh look, sorry, it's 5 hours long, I can't watch that, but he's just like this, I should have put a trigger warning there. These people are upset and all this sort of stuff. It's like, no, I do videos on James White, I do them on Dan Wallace, on Bart Ehrman, pretty much anyone who's basically got a critical text point of view, I'm going to do a video on. But apparently it's a trigger warning. I've just been triggered, because he's come against my presupposition. But it was interesting that he tried to label me as not a King James onlyist. And so I think they're trying to backtrack because Mark Ward's labeled everyone as a textual absolutist, and then he's labeling people as King James onlyist, and then he apologized for it, and then he says TR people and King James people are all the same. So Burris has probably picked up on this, that we're like, why the obsession with labeling? Why do you have to every time someone comes in the room, it's like you get a name tag? It's like, I don't want your name tag. It's got King James onlyist on it. It's like, oh, you just rip it off straight away. And they're like, no, category error. But watch what he says here. So I will go through this Septuagint video, but not today. Okay.
Last week, I did a video on the Septuagint where I responded to a popular King James onlyist on X who had made the statement that the Septuagint was a 4th century AD forgery. Well, I should have put a trigger warning on that video. It really upsets some King James onlyists and some non-King James onlyists.
So he's saying I'm upset. You know what I mean? Like, why say this type of rhetoric? Because someone made a response video And if it goes for 5 hours, it goes for 5 hours. Sometimes Bart Ehrman does a video, and I'll critique it. But there's videos that I agree with, like the 1 John 5:7 debate. When I go over James Snap material, I'm like, oh, okay, whatever, because he's kept repeating his argument. But when I'm going over the Holner Ferrando stuff, sometimes I'm doing a 5-hour video on like 10 minutes. And so, he's like, this guy's triggered. He's upset. Notice this type of, language, So he says, and some non-King James only. So he's saying I'm non-King James only, which is really amazing because that's what James White says that we are. We're King James. If you're a majority text, grandma sitting on the couch, etc., you are a King James only. So if you're a TR person, if you hate the King James and you're a Textus Receptus person, you're King James only. And so, he's not using the correct categories that James White's using. He's saying, I'm non-King James only. So this is the thing. When you slow down these videos and you go through just what they say in passing, half the time it's like, no, wrong. And when we go through Mark Ward's video, it's just, if I had a little siren every time he was wrong, I mean, people would think there's a fire alarm going off in my house. It's amazing, but so he's called me non-King
that I
James
didn't
only.
even talk about in the video, but one who decided that he was going to do 5 hours of content responding to that 17-minute video. And I made it about 9 minutes into the second video, didn't watch much of the first either. And
okay, so he did watch some of the first. He said not much of the first. So I don't know why they consider this a virtue. Like, if someone was saying, hey, the Earth's flat, and I was out to disprove that, and they made a 5-hour video on it, I'll just put on double time and just, when I'm going for a walk or something, I'd put it on and just, that's what I do. You study through these things. And if they've got one little redeemable thing that's like, oh, well, they made a good little point there, you run with it, So anyway, these guys they're accusing us of being in an echo chamber and all the rest of it. I mean, if someone did 5-hour critiques, like TurretinFan did many, like how many hours? It was probably like 40 hours of critique. And I went through every single one of them and made my own critique video of his critiques. So I did about 100 hours on critiquing that. Because it's true. If what he's saying, he should be able to go through, even check the transcript in ChatGPT and say, what's a good defense of this? And can you summarize this? Or, what are some good points that have been made? Or, at least try. But he's just like, nah. And the thing is, because it's 5 hours, he's like, that's even worse. This guy's triggered. I'm just mad. I'm just like, and I'm not a King James only, apparently. So King James only people upset and non-King James. So why are non-King James only people upset? What does that mean? Who are these non-King James only people that get upset with Jonathan Burris? It's so weird, Anyway, I just thought I'd look at that because that's like the first 30 seconds of his video. And it was just like, this is so weird. But I will go through, and this goes for 17 minutes. So I guess I'll, do another 5 hours. And I'm going to look at the Septuagint because what I do is I use that as a bit of a platform to show people, my understanding. And sometimes it's limited. Sometimes it's like pointing to other people. But, I'm not just there making up stuff. I've got something to say. And I think that I offered a pretty good critique of what he was saying. And, yeah, so anyway, he thinks I'm misrepresenting him. But if he didn't watch the first video, how can he put into context what I said in the second video anyway? You know what I mean? It's like, and then, how can you describe this phenomenon of people wanting to be ignorant of what you said, but then going, you said this thing? It's like, it's a soundbite, dude. You've just taken one little soundbite. Watch the whole thing. I don't expect you to watch everything, but at least watch another 2 minutes after that. I explain it, So anyway, we're going to listen to Mark Ward. Now, one thing that I'd noticed with my videos, because I listened back through a couple of New King James videos that I did with Mark Ward, and I think that sometimes I get a little bit too caught up in the chat and reading everything in the chat, and that takes up a lot of time, and I don't think that people want me to do that. I was listening to myself thinking I wouldn't want to listen to someone just talk all about the chat, but sometimes what's being said in the chat is really relevant. So I guess I'm not going to read everything, but I'll sort of skip over a few things and I'll grab what's necessary, because it was sort of pretty evident the other day. I think I had about 15 people watching because the little numbers come up, and that's fine. If I've got one person watching or 15, it doesn't really matter, because a lot of people play catch up with my videos and put them on double time. But when I read through the comments, and when I looked at the numbers, it went from 15 down to one person. And I thought, people aren't interested in me reading the chat, and I was only doing it because of the people in the chat. I'm like, well, I better read through it. And so I just quickly read through it all, and then everyone was gone. I was like, maybe I shouldn't just read through the chat like I've got to read a book, So anyway, we're already 24 minutes into this, and, I'm triggered. I am so triggered by Jonathan Burris that, unfortunately, this is going to spill out into Mark Ward's video. He's going to say, yes, this non-King James only person apparently is triggered. And so, not by, the fact that they're bringing up lies and deception and they're pointing you in the wrong direction. It's just because, I guess, we've got presuppositions and we're Neanderthals and we don't know the original languages as good as these guys, and they've got Logos software, so they're experts, and we're absolutists, so we're blinded. We're like Ku Klux Klan members. We're deceived, and so let's get into this New King James video.
I've got 3 things I'd like to follow up on with regard to the New King James Version and my recent videos on this excellent translation. I'm going to have to walk back one part of one argument that I made. Walking stuff back is not a fun pastime for me, but letting an error stand would be worse. Never fear, however, the Empire strikes back in this video. I'm going to take a slight step backwards only in order to set my feet for a hard hit. Stick around to the end of the video if you are ready for this. In my recent video, is the New King James truly based on the Textus Receptus? I showed that, yes, definitely. The New King James Version is based on the TR. The New King James contains the 3 major passages that King James onlyists are constantly pointing out as quote-unquote omitted from critical text Bibles. It contains second-tier passages too that get mentioned in the King James debate as being omitted from critical text Bibles. I also did random soundings and looked at 10 passages to see if the New King James followed the TR or the critical text. In every case, the New King James followed the TR clearly and without fail. And yet,
so in that video, I pointed out that the person, I think it was Kent Brandenburg, he had made a list of 10 places. And when you look at what he said about them, he said he was just putting up a place and go, oh, what about this one, Mark? Let's discuss this. Not this is a definitive list of 10 things. So then, a couple of years later, Mark Ward's done this video and he's saying these are the best arguments. And the person who wrote that said, no, I never said they're the best arguments. I was just saying, well, what about this verse? It doesn't follow the TR. And I could do that too. If someone said, oh, where does the New King James depart from the Textus Receptus? I could go to my website and I could just pull up the first thing that I saw there. It doesn't mean it's the most important, but I'm just going, well, what about here? What about there? That's why I purposely bring up, 1 John 3:16, because I think it's completely damning to Mark Ward's position, because they omit of God in the New King James without a footnote at all, and it's in the TR, it's in Beezer, it's in Scrivener, and in the King James, and it's just omitted without a footnote in the New King James. So I think that's damning to Mark Ward's position, but he doesn't want to deal with strong argumentation. He wants to find weak argumentation, some guy just arguing with him on his blog or on Facebook or on Twitter or something, and then he'll highlight that. So he's not highlighting things that I say. And, anyone could point out, strong argumentation against the New King James in many, many places. But what we see is Mark Ward, he's not really interested in that. He's interested in finding someone who he can easily beat, So he's not going to fight Mike Tyson. He's going to go into the schoolyard and find some 11-year-old kid and punch him in the head, and instead of, fighting someone who will be a challenge. And so that's why, when we look at the debate challenge that he's put out there, he's like, I don't know who this guy is. Okay. So I can't say that he is not a, strong KJV TR defender. But at the end of the day, it's just what Mark said leading to that. He's like, well, he's charitable. Because what they do is they have these standards. Well, you got to tick my boxes. You got to be charitable. You got to, you got to have, imagine if I had that type of criteria with people who I've debated. Some people are just jerks, but some people are really ignorant too. And it's like, well, they want to debate. So it's like, okay, but I'm just like, I'll debate anyone sort of thing. Where Mark's like, no, I've got my criteria. I've got my standards. They have to be charitable and they have to be very nice and loving and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, but half the time his definition of charitable and nice, Jesus wouldn't even fall into that category. Just read Matthew 23 or Paul, he prayed for a guy to get blind for a while, and he did. You know what I mean? Mark would go, that's so uncharitable. That is just, why did he do that? And so he's got these worldly standards, and you've got to meet those worldly standards where, the vast majority of Christians who are interested in truth and who actually read the Bible and go, well, actually, my behavior that you're saying is toxic is pretty much what Jesus did. He called a spade a spade. Paul preached all night. He probably preached for 5 hours on the Septuagint. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're triggered, all this sort of stuff.
At the end of the video, I acknowledge that there are 6 minor obscure places I'm aware of. They've been brought to my attention where the New King James at least seems to follow a text different than the TR. I divided these into 2 categories, 3 each. There are 3 places I know of where the New King James seems to follow the critical text. I covered those in the previous video. All 3 are incredibly minor and obscure, and not one changes the meaning of the sentence in which it's found.
Okay. So without going and showing all this stuff, because he's basically just repeating stuff that I've gone through with a fine-tooth comb, went through all these examples. And so I don't want to blow this video out to, showing it all again. And this is what I find, that these guys are asking, sometimes in these videos, 20 different things. They're saying, well, this verse says this and this verse says that. And in the Greek, it says this. And so you go through and you look at it all and it's like, oh, no, hang on, Mark, you got that wrong. Or hang on, what about this verse here? You're ignoring, but then they're like, oh, it's a 4-hour video. We don't want to watch it. I got 2 minutes through it and I realized this guy's toxic, And so I just keep pointing to 1 John chapter 3, verse 16. And a bit like when you go through the Textual Confidence Collective, after a while, you're sort of like, well, they keep bringing up the same errors. I can't just go back and continually, just do the same video with I'm wearing a different hat or something. It's like, well, okay, do the James White, asked and answered, move on, sort of thing. It's like, well, I've actually just created a playlist on the New King James or just go to my website. That's probably the best thing. I'll just put up my website, tr.org.au, and I'll even in that article of the New King James, I'll link it straight to the actual verse. So we are at 1 John 3:16. Yeah, so I'll go straight to that verse so everyone can just look straight there. Now, Christopher Yetzer says, a New King James video, yes, another one. He said Revelation 16:5 was a conjectural emendation with no evidence. Now, I appreciate there was I think it was on the Textus Receptus Academy, I could be wrong, but I was tagged in that by Christopher Yetzer, and he had quite a lot of very good, interesting things to say. And even out of that, I could do a whole separate video. It was very good information. But it sort of, there was some new stuff talking about Joseph's coat of many colors. And I even thought of doing a video like James White drains all the color out of Bible translations. Mark Ward. Sorry, I'm calling him James White now because, I may as well call him James Ward or James Burris Ward, or they're all sort of molding into one. Anyway, let's continue.
2, there are 3 places I know of where the New King James does not follow the specific edition of the TR used by King James Onlyists, namely Scrivener's 1881.
So what he does, he creates this monolithic type of Textus Receptus fallacy where anything labeled TR is a TR, So we can go back to the Complutensian, we can go back to Erasmus, but pretty much everything in the Reformation era that simply wasn't the Latin Vulgate of the Catholics was considered a Textus Receptus Bible, and not in their day though. So they're retroactively just all labeled that. It's a bit like saying the Septuagint. Well, you have to be very specific. What about when you've got 2 columns of Greek and the different Septuagints? Are you going to say the Septuagint as if it's one? If you have Erasmus's and Beza's on one side of the page and on the other, do you just say, well, they're Textus Receptus editions? What if someone wants a bit more clarity? It's like, well, yes, that one's Beza's and that one's Erasmus. So he should just be careful with these terms. He's just like Textus Receptus, And I understand usually we can use that in a healthy manner where we say, well, yes, the Textus Receptus, because what we're doing is we're putting all those on one side and saying, well, these are Textus Receptus Byzantine-based texts, and their one is a critical text, Alexandrian-type text-based editions. So obviously there is a clear distinction between those. And when we're talking at that level, yes, we can sort of make generalizations. But he's talking about intricacies in TR editions, and he still uses these broad terms. So he has category errors. Why doesn't he just be very specific? And it doesn't seem like he's ever gone and looked at my 190 list of issues with Scrivener. It doesn't look like he's ever read anything from Gavin McGrath. And so I've been saying that he needs to do that. I've been saying that for years, probably. I remember when he had not blocked me on Facebook, I was pointing him in Gavin McGrath's direction and saying, go through, because he was like, where are all the variants and all this? So, I helped with Matthew 1:1, and he amended 3 variants in his parallel Bible project that he's got, that he's now publishing by Lexham. And he amended 3 of them. So obviously he would respect my work enough to amend 3 places in Matthew 1. But I said, look, if you can't figure this out, I was like, go and look at Gavin McGrath's material, look at this website, that website. And I think I made a meme or something, had a picture of Mark Ward's head, and it said, well, Mark Ward, this, and so he blocked me over that. But he sort of silenced me there. He silenced me on YouTube. So I have no voice there. So he doesn't even know what I'm saying. So when, if you've ever watched Pastor Brett's videos, he's, sometimes having conversations with Mark, and he'll say, what about Nick Sayers? Have you looked into his material? Because I wrote a book on Revelation 16:5, and in this video, he brings up Revelation 16:5 and doesn't even mention anything. He just says it's a conjectural emendation. Even in the book, this was before people had started to retranslate the annotations of Beza and go, well, actually, he did have a manuscript, and everyone sort of seems to be in agreement with what's been said there. This was before that. I in my book explained what a conjectural emendation is and how Revelation 16:5 doesn't fall into that category because there is evidence for it. And I was explaining the difference between James White's definition of conjectural emendation, and obviously Mark Ward has adopted James White's method, which is wrong because Metzger and Ehrman, they say it's not a conjectural emendation if there is evidence for it in the Latin or in versional evidence. They say, well, it's not a conjecture then. And so anyway, we'll hit that. We'll touch on those subjects when that comes up.
Edition, but it matches readings in other TR editions. For example, 2 Corinthians 3:14 reads this way in the King James Version, but their minds were blinded, for until this day remaineth the same veil untaken away in the reading of the Old Testament, which veil is done away in Christ. It reads this way in the New King James, but their minds were blinded, for until this day the same veil remains unlifted in the reading of the Old Testament, because the veil is taken away in Christ. That because instead of which matches the reading in another TR edition. It's possible that for some reason that the New King James translators don't mention, they reached for that edition instead of the Scrivener edition there. In my video, I pointed out that...
Well, actually, usually what happens with these issues, you just go to the NIV or other equivalent modern versions, and the New King James has just followed them. And so they yes, it's a TR-based Bible, but they have gone through and looked at the updates of other Bibles. A lot of people who worked on the New King James Version had worked on the NIV. So they obviously, in their office, they've got an NIV sitting there. They're working on the New King James. They've got other Bible editions that they can reach to, and they've just gone, that's good reading, and they haven't really checked the Greek. And so, but see what Mark Ward does then is he says, well, they went to other earlier TR editions. But so this is the amazing thing, where James White turns around and says that Scrivener's edition is a complete back translation of the English of the King James. So you got the 1611 and just started, writing, Matthew 1:1. Let's go back, the book of the generation of Jesus, Vivlos Genesios Jesu Christo, and just started writing, back translating it. Okay, so this is what James White sort of claims. He always says this. He doesn't clarify it and say, well, no, it was 99.999% Beza's work, and Scrivener just amended a few little places here and there. No, he makes out that it's this complete back translation. And if you pressed him on it, he would probably go, well, yeah, it is mostly Beza's, but there's 190 places where he amends it. But he doesn't talk about these 190 places are mostly phonetic. You're looking at Nazareth or Nazareth. So if you're a translator and you saw Nazareth or Nazareth, what are you going to translate that into? Nazareth. That's what we say. And one of the rules for the translators was to keep the names of people and places like the standard that they had in England at the time. So it doesn't matter the spelling of it, Gennesaret or Gennesareth, it's going to be translated however they use that word in 1611. So there goes a ton of the changes that Scrivener used. Now we do get into the Beelzebub issue. Mark Ward brings it up and says it's a translation of the Latin Vulgate. It's like, are you being serious? Like, I mean, I've brought this up. How many times have I brought this up in Mark Ward videos? It's almost tiring, and so that's why I'm not really going to go too much in depth, because I think people listening to these videos are tired of going over the information over and over and answering the same questions, and Mark Ward just repeating stuff that's been debunked like 4 or 5 years ago. But you sort of think, well, maybe Mark would listen, or he would at least learn, or maybe someone sent him an email saying, hey, you realize Nick Sayers is saying this about you. He mentioned these verses. Have you thought about that? You'd think that he'd go, oh, yeah, that's interesting, and look into it. But it's like he doesn't even know. It's like he's done the Jonathan Burris, like watch 3 minutes of a video or 9 minutes and gone, oh, this is too much, and just shut it off. And it's like, well, you haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. So
At the New King James preface does not promise to use only Scrivener, and I wasn't wrong. But a leader in King James onlyism pointed me to a...
Notice, a leader in King James onlyism. Who's your leader? You're the leader of the whatever. You have to have some leader. I don't even know. Like, half the time he's saying these leaders, King James only this and all the rest of it. I mean, I don't even know who these leaders in King James onlyism are. He's mentioned, Chuck Surratt, Kent Brandenburg, Sorensen. I don't even know if I've read these guys' material at all. I have no idea, because they're not my leaders. It's just like saying John MacArthur is the leader of the church, of the American church. It's like, no. Please don't. I don't even know what these guys believe. Are they Independent Baptists? Are they Presbyterians? Are they Calvinists? I have no idea about them. But apparently they're my leaders, because we're all King James only. We're all, textual absolutists. But a leader in King James onlyism pointed me to a New King James. Well, I mentioned that in my last video. You know what I mean? It's like, and anyway, what can you say?
A New King James appendix that I had overlooked. And here's what
that he overlooked. You don't know anything about this until KJV people educate you. The way that Mark Ward is getting educated on this issue is by people just pointing out all the wrong things that he's saying. And then, 2 years later, he's like, well, this is the way it is. And it's like, yeah, we've all known that for years, Mark, like the whole thing about the KJV following the text of Scrivener. Like, this was like, I think someone brought it up in my video here when it was like his video was like a couple of days old, and people have brought it up and said, hey, look at this and look at that. And most people have known this sort of stuff for years. It's just like we have to dig it up a little bit. But the whole thing about they're going to follow Scrivener's text, it's been known for a long time that that's what they claimed. It's just a matter of going, okay, which King James article or book did they talk about that? Now, I've got one of the original 1979 New King James advertising blurbs. It's like a A4 piece of paper folded, but it's printed on all four sides. So I couldn't find it, but I'm pretty sure it says that it follows Scrivener on that.
it said. While the New Testament scholars were free to consult any available Greek text, and they did so, each agreed to follow the Greek text developed by Dr. F.H.A. Scrivener. This text, originally published by Cambridge University Press, reconstructed as closely as possible the Greek text underlying the King James Version. The reasons for the selection of this text were fourfold. I'll just read the first one, though. Number one, to have followed a text other than this would have been to produce something other than a King James Bible. So I was wrong. The New King James translators did claim to use Scrivener's TR specifically. In 6 places I'm aware of, the New King James translator.
So, well, at least he's admitting that he's wrong. I mean, it's a pretty basic sort of thing. But then he's like, there's only 6 places. He's like, I know, I'm going through Helg's material now. If Helg is in the chat, I really appreciate your New King James article. Now I'm going through the 2023 and I'm realizing there was a couple of places that you mentioned where I've made that error. In Mark 8:35, there's a departure where it's very similar to Matthew 24, where it says, he that endures to the end, the same shall be saved. Where I think the New King James says, he that endures to the end shall be saved. It doesn't say the same. So it's actually a departure. So it's a very similar, the utos there in that verse has, for my sake and the Gospels, it should say they will find it, but it just says will find it. So it's in context, but it actually does, it doesn't change the meaning at all, really. But it's just a matter of being faithful to have all the Greek words represented there rather than deleted, because I'm pretty sure it was pointed out that there was a deletion in the Westcott and Hort text. And so, so I really appreciate that article. But in that, it's going through and showing where there are departures. And so, but I don't have to go to 100 different departures or whatever. I just say to Mark Ward, 1 John chapter 3, verse 16. Now, let's just quickly show it. I know I said I wasn't going to show it, but that's where the New King James omits of God. Blaney put it in italics because of the chapter before has that huge italic where it says, he who acknowledgeth the Son hath the Father also, and it's all in italic. So he would have been doing an update and gone, well, actually, of God is not in Stephanus's, and so I might italicize it, but it is in Beza's text. It's in Scrivener's text. And so the italics, I think the italics are not warranted, but that's fine. It's just a typesetting issue. Blaney chose to put it like that. But the New King James omits of God without any footnote. And when you read it, it says, hereby perceive we the love of God, because he laid down his life for us. So the closest antecedent for this he here is God, okay? So most people know that the one who laid down his life for us is Jesus. So it's actually a verse talking about the deity of Christ. It says, hereby perceive we the love of God. So we perceive, we see, we understand the love of God because he laid down his life for us. It's because who laid down his life? God laid down his life for us. So this is a verse about the deity of Christ. So here is in one little package, all that Mark Ward's saying doesn't happen with the New King James. It attacks the deity of Christ. It is an omission that is from Beza, from Scrivener. So they didn't follow Scrivener here either. They didn't follow Beza. And it ticks all our boxes. So that's why I'm just going to keep defaulting back to that. A bit like with the Textual Confidence Collective. Every time they bring up something, I would just say, George Van Smith. And eventually they did a video dealing with it, and they just said, apparently he sat next to Scrivener. And it's like, is that all you're going to say about this guy who spent years and years and caused so much turmoil and controversy, who wrote a book saying doctrines are changed? Like, that's all you're going to say? It was like, guys, Anyway, we'll move on.
They just did not use the base text that they said they were using, or at least it sure seems that way. So do I have to take it all back? Do I have to stop recommending the New King James to people who prefer the TR? Do these 6 places, and I have to admit, there could be more, do they justify leading King James onlyists in saying the New King James is based on the TR, except when it's not? No. I'm going to play a little defense for a second, but then go on offense in a way that I've not really been eager to do, but have been forced to do by the twists and turns of internet debate. Once again, I encourage you to stick around to the end. First, some quick defense. In my earlier video, I said that I think human finiteness is a better explanation than anything else for these 6 obscure places that don't mean anything different than what the King James said. I still think this, but I explained it sufficiently in the other video, so now my team has the ball and it's on to offense. Here's my first play from scrimmage, first down. The very fact that I can cite other TR editions that contain critical text readings kind of shoots down the story that most mainstream King James onlyists tell.
So now he's going to another argument where some TR people go, well, the TR editions are roundabout, they've got similar readings. Usually someone like Jeff Riddle will say, well, at least they've got the Commuhanium, the Pericope Adulterae, the last 12 verses of Mark, where the modern versions don't. And just pointing out a thing like that, Mark Ward now grabs that and goes, well, in this minutia, that's never said that there's not changes in minutia. I mean, there's changes even in the Commuhanium. And every TR, KJV people, person knows that the first two editions of Erasmus didn't have a comma. But, he's going to make this argument that, this shoots them in the foot. It's like, no, it doesn't, Mark, because they were it was a progressive text. So in one stage, he wants to make it a holistic, TR thing. And then in the next stage, he's, using them as all standalone and pitting them against each other instead of just going, okay, well, it's a progression. It's a bit like, I'm sure that, when Henry Ford brought out his car, he would have, started off with a few bells and whistles and attach different things until he got to the point where it's like, okay, this is the one that we're going to promote. This is the one that is the car, and that's the first one. So he's probably made a whole bunch of prototypes, understanding that the texts pretty much before Beza's 1598 are prototypes in our estimation. They're still good, but we don't use them. I only use them to just go through the Reformation period and go, oh yeah, well, Scrivener knew about this, or maybe someone made a comment somewhere, or maybe they'll mention which manuscript it's in, or something like that. But that's only usually just in TR defense. We're not like, well, that means that's strong defense for it being in our Bible. We're settled on that issue. The Reformation period, they were like, we've nailed where the Bible is. Now we're just dealing with attacks against that. And so if Scrivener doesn't have something, it's, Mark's like, well, see, a TR edition doesn't have it, and so you guys should be all worried about that. And it's like, not really. We go with the text that underlies the King James. The vast majority of that is Beza, but where there's a tiny, few hair-splitting issues, we go with the underlying text of the King James. So this is the thing, which TR? He's made this a huge issue, and most of the people who I've interviewed on this channel, who are TR KJV leaders, you know what I mean? I could just label them as that. I've debated the leadership of the King James only movement or whatever, but I don't, because they're all individuals. Many of them have things that I would disagree with, and I'm sure that they disagree with me on many things. We're free-thinking individuals who we don't have a leader except for Jesus and just logic, and we data mine each other's material and go, well, okay, well, I don't agree with his soteriology, but he's got some. I listen to Jeff Riddle's material, and I'm not a Reformed Calvinist, and he is, and so. But I love it. His bibliology stuff. As soon as he brings out a video, I stop everything and watch it because I know it's great stuff. But we're all these groups. So I could say, look, everyone who I've interviewed is part of the King James only leadership or whatever, but every single one of them has said that they follow the underlying Greek text of the King James. And so why is Mark like, which TR? And even Jeff Riddle said that he follows the underlying text of the King James. So and even with Peter Van Cleek, like with the debate against TurretinFan, I was sort of like a bit worried because it was like, is it in one printed edition? But then he talked about it, and he had two different Latin words that he used, and one was like meant sort of major, and one meant minor. So he's sort of like, well, yeah, there might be tiny minor changes, but they're in every sort of work of literature sort of thing. I probably wouldn't word it that way, but the way that he worded it, he was like, well, it's Scrivener's text except for a few minor little issues. And so even he was like, well, it's the underlying text of the King James. And so, Mark's got to get on the right page with this. And this is something that Christopher Yetzer brought out with that post that he put on Facebook the other day. That's something that Mark Ward is just avoiding. People have said for a long time, it's the underlying text of the King James, and he comes along and goes, no one knows where it is. And it's like, and I'm not saying anything new. This, Edward Hill said this. D.A. Waite has said this. I used to listen to D.A. Waite like 20 years ago, and he would say, well, what we follow the Greek and Hebrew that underlies the King James. And then he would say things like, well, what about the Textus Scrivener? What about the 190 departures? And he'd say, well, I've examined that and I've only found about 20 that are translatable. So when I started going through my studies, I was like, yeah, it's only about 10% of these are translatable. And so that's why I've always had that caveat. Look, yeah, I'm bringing up that number, but it's also D.A. Waite's number. And I'm pretty sure it was Kirk DeVitro who also studied that and had that number. And so, so anyway, we'll move on.
Let's just remember that their viewpoint, as believed and repeated by most of them, in my experience, is that there is one TR, and it is jot and tittle perfect. So even to point out that
So what Mark Ward does is like, there is one TR and it's jot and tittle perfect. But even those who like to say Peter Van Cleek, when he's debating, like, is it in a printed edition? He's like saying, well, it's not jot and tittle perfect. That's what he's saying. See, the thing is, what I've noticed Mark Ward has done, he's created a false category and trying to confuse people on this. We believe the words are preserved. Now, when it comes to the verse in Matthew 5, it's talking about, jots and tittles, but they're what make up words. Okay, so the jots and tittles of Hebrew, they make a clear distinction from one word to another. So you can have the word staff and you can have the word bed. If you don't have the vowel pointings, who knows which one you're talking about? You have to look at context, I guess. But oftentimes there's clear and distinct things in context, but all you have to do is look at the vowel pointings and go, well, that means a staff or that means a bed. Okay. So Jesus is very clear that when you look at the jots and the tittles of a word, this shows you what the meaning of that word is. So you're not going to be confused with the end product is going to be a word. Okay. Now, Jesus said, heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. Okay. So what Mark is saying is basically, well, every letter is going to be preserved in the Greek. Okay, so that verse is obviously in Matthew 5 is talking about being preserved in the Hebrew language. So then all the Hebrew words, because up until that time there was no Greek New Testament or anything. Jesus is just saying the product that I have in front of me, it's not going to pass away. Heaven and earth will pass away, and my words shall by no means pass away. So he's talking about the Old Testament, but he's also talking about the words that he will speak and that he will inspire the New Testament writers to write. They are going to be word for word. Okay. So when Mark Ward makes that really small, or I know some KJV people do it too with the jots and tittles thing, they make it really small for the Greek language, but the Greek language could spell the name of John 3 or 4 different ways. And so is it letter for letter perfect? No. And obviously with nomina sacra and things like that, we go, well, it's not spelt, it's abbreviated. And we know there's this type of thing in the Greek language. So we have that understanding that that's not applicable. That's applicable to the Hebrew because he's specifically talking about jots and tittles that are the building blocks of a word. If you have a Greek word that's spelt slightly differently, yes, it can be a different word, or yes, it can be a word that means exactly the same thing, but it's just spelled differently. And so is it jots and tittles there? No, it's the words. So he said, my words shall not pass away. So we have all the words from Hebrew, the building blocks of the Hebrew language, these tiny little fine details are what make up these words in the Hebrew. And so we see that they are preserved for us today. But then when we look at the Greek, we're not looking for, a smooth breathing or rough breathing. The Greek was written without all that. It was just written in capital letters without spacing. And so, but we do see variations in spelling as well. And so, but the words are what are preserved. See, Mark, in his Textual Confidence Collective, said that what is preserved is the manuscripts and what is preserved is the doctrines. So that's their understanding of preservation, where our understanding of preservation is the words are preserved, that God will inspire the words in the beginning, and those words will continue to us today, that we can have those words accessible today, and we can look at those words and understand those words. So that's our understanding of preservation.
New King James happens to match another TR than the King James matches, admittedly also in obscure ways, is to raise a subject I find they rarely wish to discuss in any detail. I don't know that this play got me more than a few yards, depending on who exactly is playing defensive line right now, so let's move to second down. Here's my second offensive play. If King James defenders are going to insist on letter-perfect accuracy in text and...
So notice letter-perfect accuracy. Well, we don't even have that for the King James. I mean, it's, S-O-N-N-E, son. We spell it S-O-N now, and we're fine with that. People are like, well, the Blaney update was just to do with, spelling and things like that. Now, had Westcott and Hort just done that type of work and just updated some spelling, maybe show instead of shoe, study to shoe thyself, it was show thyself, people would go, yeah, cool. Thanks, Westcott and Hort, for doing a language update. But since then, people don't trust any language updates because people are trying to amend the text. And so, and that's the issue. Imagine if Blaney just said, yeah, I've just done a revision. And then, you've got all these, missing words. They've obviously changed the meaning of everything, changed the text. So Mark Ward is saying that we want letter perfect accuracy, but to be very careful in what we believe in letter perfect accuracy for the Hebrew Bible that has the tiny intricacies of the Hebrew language make a huge difference. So it can mean the difference between saying staff or saying bed, okay? But in the Greek, having a rough breathing or a smooth breathing in a name, it's not going to matter that much, and these breathings are added on later. And so, he's saying we are insisting on letter perfect accuracy. No, we are insisting on word perfect accuracy. Now, I know there is a saying, I think it came from Dean John William Burgon, that he believes, every book of the Bible, every chapter of it, every paragraph of it, every word of it, and every letter of it. So I was thinking about that, and I thought, well, I would probably stop and go, I believe every word of it. When it comes to every letter of it, in the Hebrew, because it's a different language, every tiny little dot and everything is very important to form that word structure. But in the Greek, like I was saying, you can have John spelt, several different ways. And even in the English, they would do that sometimes, have words that are spelt differently. And so it's not about a letter. Okay, you can sometimes have a letter or not have a letter. Say the final nu, for example. If you've ever tried to study Greek, you'll know that you'll get to Matthew 1, a Genison. It will just have a Genesee in most of the Reformation Bibles, but in Scrivener it will have a Genison. And so it's got the final nu on it. This happens a lot. So we oh no, it's got a nu. That doesn't change the word whatsoever. So we're not letter perfect accuracy, because I can say, well, the Beezer text and Scrivener are pretty much identical here, here, and here. And then Mark Ward can just come along and say, you're saying it's letter perfect accuracy. Even a Genison, which appears 20 probably more, probably like 30 times in Matthew 1. Agenese is the reading in Beza. So it's different. It's like, well, it's the same word. It's just a tiny little structural difference. And so this is where Mark Ward is. He overplays things, and people are saying that they want word for word accuracy. Now, obviously, when people are applying out of the historical context, Matthew 5 for every jot and tittle to apply to the Greek language, okay, that's when you're running into issues. The principle is still there, but clearly it's talking about the Hebrew language, because the Greek Bible didn't exist when Jesus said that. So you've got to put yourself into the audience of who Jesus was speaking to, and they were Hebrew people reading the Hebrew Bible, and he said jots and tittles. He didn't say alepphs and tavs, because, Jonathan Burris is like, well, they were all reading Greek back then, apparently. They're all using a Septuagint, apparently. But anyway, I'll move on.
Translation. They're going to have to be subject to the same scrutiny. To put this in biblical terms, I feel I'm constantly pleading for the use of just weights in the King James only controversy. So here's the question.
Okay, so he's asking for just weights and just measures and all this sort of stuff. Well, hopefully I'm offering just weights and just measures to Mark. I'm not making this stuff up. When I point out here that of God is deleted in the New King James, and then it'll be like, he said deleted, that's wrong. Well, omitted, that's what the New King James usually has, omits or whatever. It's gone without a footnote at all. And so this is obviously an issue, and it has to do with the deity of Christ. So that's the main one I'm going to keep bringing up. Now, as I've mentioned, I can go through 500 of these type of mistakes in the New King James New Testament. I can show where there's lots and lots of changes. Probably not as important as this, but some of the changes in the way verses are worded create contradiction. The whole thing of Hebrews chapter 3, verse 16, where it says no one went into the promised land in the New King James, but in the King James it says that Joshua and Caleb went into the promised land. So when you read through and study that, you're like, yeah, there's a contradiction there. And so this is being brought to the attention of James Price, because I remember talking to Stephen Avery and I said, what about this? And he said, well, him and a bunch of other people contacted James Price, and he said he wasn't interested in talking to King James onlyists, And so this is the problem. And so we're just pointing this out. Now, I'm not just like, I'm a King James only guy and I just hate the New King James. I read the New King James for years. I memorized, I studied it. I frequently defended it. I thought it was the Word of God. And so I'm reading and getting my spiritual nourishment from this. And then I started to look at Proverbs and started to see a lot of difference. In the Old Testament, there's heaps of differences. But then in the New Testament, they tried to remain a little bit more conservative. But then I saw problems with that as well. And I was bringing this up in, this is about 20 years ago. I was bringing this up in forums and talking about it. And then I started getting into the original language text and just started to see that the New King James was using sort of like modern day methodology and definitions to translate a lot of words. And so I started going through and highlighting these. And eventually I tried to prove that Passover was a better reading than Easter, because I used to go around saying, well, the King James is good, but they have an error at Easter. That was what I used to parrot. I parroted that for about a year, and then I studied into it. And if you ever looked into my Easter articles, I mean, from 2005 basically till today, I was obsessed with looking at it and thinking about it, because I realized how little I knew about the King James, how they'd put that in by design, the history of Easter and all that sort of stuff. And so it's gotten to the point where I've debated TurretinFan on that, and I've got enough info to write a book. I was actually halfway through writing a book when the Bryan Ross book on Don't Pass Over Easter came out, and that was a few years ago now. So I sort of went, I just really, I couldn't really be bothered dealing with all that information too. When later on I read through it and I was like, actually it's saying exactly the same thing that I am, except not recognizing that the change was 1611. 1611, they put Easter as a resurrection instead of a Passover, and they didn't put Passover as a resurrection feast. They put them into their historical semantic range, and that was something that had already begun in that era, and it continues on today. We still do that. We say Passover, we think a Jewish festival. We say Easter, we think of Christian festival. So that had to have started somewhere, and it was started around that era. So, but anyway, let's move on with this.
Does the King James itself perfectly match its own Hebrew and Greek base texts? The answer is a clear and definite no, if one insists on perfection, rather than using the standard that the King James translators give in their excellent preface, namely calling something by its predominant characteristics. By its predominant characteristics, the King James is indeed based on the Masoretic Hebrew text and the Textus Receptus Greek New Testament. But if perfection in text and translation is the standard, then I can show places where the King James does not follow any text we know of.
And so I'm so glad that he's doing this, because oftentimes Mark's like, I don't want to show you where there are places in the King James because I don't want to discourage you and all this sort of stuff. And I'm like, you can't show us, Mark. There are none. I've looked into all these places. I've debated. I'm begging people to show me errors. And you just sort of get to the point where it's like, why, Mark brings up these issues. And you go through and you go, well, that's not true, and that's not true, and that's not true. You just study these things out. But then he would just go to another list and another list. And I've had people give me like 100 errors in the King James. And I said to them, look, I don't have the time in my life to go through every single one of these. But what I'll do, I'll go through the first 5. And if I can disprove that these are errors in these first 5 in your 100 list, then I can sort of say that whoever compiled this list doesn't know what they're talking about. So I do the homework. I spend, 2 or 3 hours going through and showing, this and that. And then they just go, well, what about the next one? Or give me another list. And it's like, it doesn't work like that. If someone's got a good case for something, if they're right, well, you go, actually, they've got runs on the board for being correct. So you should listen to them. If they got no runs on the board, if they're usually wrong, stop listening to them. When I say listen to them, listen to everything. Watch Mark Ward's stuff, watch Boris's stuff, go through their stuff, check it all out, go through it all. But at the end of the day, listen to them, but you got to be careful about saying, okay, I'm just going to adopt what they say. Because like the other day, I noticed that Joseph Armstrong, who I've interviewed on this platform, he had on his Facebook the study video that Mark Ward did. And at the time I watched it and I might have even done a response video, but I can't remember. Because the study issue, I'd worked that out in, I think it was like 2002. Okay. I wasn't even, King James defender or anything like that. The pastor I had at the time, he gave all the men in the church a verse to memorize and to study. And so I went through this. It was, basically study to shew thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. So the first word, spedalzo. So, okay, let's look at this. So I'm looking in all the versions, because at the time in the church, it was, the whole Mark Ward thing. Well, you got to look at all the versions and then you'll understand the Greek. And so I'm looking at all the versions and then I'm like saying, be diligent and all this sort of stuff. But understanding that spedalzo in a philosophical context is talking about study, even to the point where today, if you go and do higher learning in Greece, they call it spedalzo, which is, it's like the word college or university. And all the way through the history of the word study, it's the French 1535 Bible uses the word study. It's like estude or something like that. And it only just means study. Okay. And so it's a diligence of the mind, because in context it's study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. So that's the context where they put the emphasis on, and sometimes only half quote that verse. They say, study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed. So you're a worker, you don't need to be ashamed. So this is, to me, this seemed like a Catholic concept, because the Reformation was like, they've got the paper pope, they're studying the Bible. Well, that verse should say, be diligent, have diligence and work, and, do Roman Catholic things, and you'll be approved unto God, this type of thing. Where the Protestants were pretty adamant to say, no, study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. So that's the context, which would mean it's a diligence of your mind. It's the philosophical definition, and not just a spadaza in a sense of I'm being diligent. It's a diligence of your mind. And so the Greek language has this, the English has it, the French has it. And when you do a study on it, you're like, this is a theme. And it seems like an anti-Protestant concept to just be diligent, to be approved to God, do works almost to be approved to God. And so I guess Jonathan Burris was correct that sometimes I get triggered by these, but I guess in a way I'm saying be careful of listening to these voices. Yes, watch all Mark Ward stuff, but see, the problem is people are watching Mark Ward stuff and going, that's correct. And I'm like, no, can't you see through this? Like, I watched that study video and I'm just like, wrong, because I've already done a big study into the word study and that verse back in like 2002. So I already know this instinctively in my being, that what Mark Ward's saying is wrong. And then I'm adding to that and reading other people and what they're saying about it. And I'm like, it's just completely wrong. But I guess, so that's why I said to Joseph, I said, I'm going to do a huge study into this, because what I'm realizing is I'm going over and over and over, repeating myself in a lot of these videos, where what I really should do is go, okay, Mark Ward's saying study is an issue. I'm going to have to do a definitive study on this study. But then it's like Revelation 16:5, you do it, and then Mark Ward will just bring up a video and not even read your book or anything. But I guess it's, more so for those who follow Mark Ward or are influenced by him. So anyway, let's continue.
I can show places where it follows the Latin Vulgate or Greek Septuagint over the Hebrew and the Old.
No, absolutely not. But I just thought I'd answer this question here. It says, Nick, do you take suggestions for videos to react to? Just curious, because I have a video that I believe you'll find interesting to respond to. I didn't watch it myself, though. Throw me a link if you want me to respond to anything. I mean, I do have the ability to listen to a lot of material, and so if it's not too technical on the screen, like sometimes I'll do videos like that where someone listening is like, what's he reading and what picture is he showing and all this. But if I can just listen to it and it goes for a couple of hours, that's fine. And I just put things on double time. I'm pretty used to going through stuff like that. But throw me a link and I'll see what I can do. But so he's saying it follows the Latin Vulgate. And the example I usually bring up is Beelzebub. People are like, oh, you go to the Latin Vulgate. And I'm like, look how stupid that whole concept is. Let's go to Beelzebub, and let's look at it. And this is where Mark Ward goes. So it's almost like Murphy's Law. If I, it's like with kids. If you around here that marijuana, don't smoke marijuana, kids. So everyone smokes it. If you ban muesli bars, they'd all go out and sneak out and get a muesli bar. Whatever you ban or say don't do, people do. And that's what I find. You're like, can you believe people are saying the Latin Vulgate readings are in the King James. Let's look at Beelzebub, and this is where Mark Ward goes. I wrote a book about Revelation 16:5 saying it's not a conjectural emendation, and he's like, it is a conjectural emendation. It's like, oh, it's painful. It's so painful to watch this sort of stuff, especially when you go to the lengths that I've gone to. Like writing that book on Revelation 16:5 was hard, and it was like I enjoyed it, but it was hard work, you know. And just to think that someone like Mark Ward just goes, I don't even know it exists, you know. I'm just going to parrot what James White said in 1995, you know. Hey, all right.
Old Testament, or where it follows the Vulgate over the Greek of the New. I don't like doing this, to be honest. These are very difficult and treacherous waters. I do not want to upset the faith of any. It can be a little disconcerting to find out what goes into the hot dog. When I do this, I like to do what I can to build a bridge to my hearers through people we both trust. Then we can eat the hot dogs together in faith, hope, and love. And today, the mutually trusted person is F.H.A. Scrivener.
Sorry, Mark, I'm not eating any hot dogs.
Scrivener is the 19th century scholar who put together the edition of the Greek New Testament that's used consistently all throughout King James only institutions.
It's used consistently because it's pretty much the one available. If there was a scholar that basically made the Textus Scrivener, but omitted those places where there's unnecessary changes, people would probably use that. And so it's just the one available. So, and eventually people, you know, they go, oh, well, this is the one, this is the underlying Greek text. It's like, well, this is probably the closest that they've got to the underlying Greek text of the King James. But I know some people have claimed perfection for that. I wouldn't. But there can be a conflation of terms where people are claiming perfection for the Greek, like in a sense it's inspired and all the rest of it, but then claiming, okay, we've got a Greek that is absolutely 100% perfect, that printed in our hands. Well, the King James translators, they formulated their own Greek text, but they never printed it. Had they printed it, we'd use that, but they didn't. And 250 years later, Scrivener, who was not really a friend of the King James, he printed it. Trinitarian Bible Society said, well, actually, this is better than sort of like the Elzevers or even Bezers or, you know, in a few places. So he actually introduced some errors, but he actually fixed up some errors. And so, but it's the closest that we got. And realistically, if you translate Scrivener's one if the King James had Scrivener's one, there would be very, very few places where there would be issues in translation, because sometimes he's actually amended it because the King James has a plural there. He's got singular in the Greek, and he's like, well, it should be plural, but in context is plural. Like I've said many times, you know, if someone said, don't take your phone, well, that's singular. But if you're talking to 40 people, don't take your phone with you. It's 40 phones, you know. So it can be plural in the context. So these are some of the things that Scrivener did. So if the King James translators had a plural or had the singular, it would still be translated as plural. So it's completely untranslatable, a lot of these issues. But I'm splitting hairs over all them so I can understand all these issues. Most people have never done the study into that. And really, it's like, man, we are splitting hairs. When you compare Vaticanus and Sinaiticus and how different they are, it's like now they're admitting that they shouldn't be part of the same family. The whole concept of textual families has gone out the window. And they're saying, this has been on Dwayne Green's channel. And it's like they shouldn't be even, and I've been saying that for years. How can Vaticanus and Sinaiticus be classified as the same family of texts? They're so different. But yeah, anyway.
He produced that edition to match the King James Version. That's why it's used in King James only institutions that teach Greek. As an essential part of that work, Scrivener looked carefully at the King James Version New Testament and at the source text that the King James translators had available to them. Let me give an example that Scrivener himself gives. This is a famous one. In Revelation 16:5, the great majority of all Greek New Testament manuscripts that we found contains wording that goes like this: "You are righteous, O Lord, who is and was the Holy One." The King James reads, however, "Thou art righteous, O Lord, which art and wast and shall be." No Greek text we've ever found reads like the King James, saying,
It's sort of painful. Okay, I will debate you, Mark, and prove that this is the correct reading. Absolutely shall be, esomenos is the correct reading. So here's a summary. I don't want to bore you guys because you guys have heard me do so much on this. You're righteous, O Lord. So when it says O Lord, in the Hebrew language, Lord is Jehovah. Okay. So what you'll find with these triadic declarations, when John says it, he didn't say O Lord. But when Jesus said it, when I think it was the 24 elders, I think they said it. Some other angels, I think it was, or it might have been beasts or something in Revelation 11, 17. And then this is an angel of the waters says, "Thou art righteous, O Lord." So each time it says Jehovah there. Okay, O Lord, which art and wast and shall be. So art is the present, wast is the past, and shall be is the future. So what you got to understand is when it says O Lord here, it says which art and wast and shall be, hoon kaho en kaho esomenos. This is the exact etymology of the name of Jehovah. Okay. So it's a bit like when Jesus in John, he said, "Before Abraham was, I am." Now, the people in the Reformation period knew this stuff. I studied this for a long time and came to the conclusions that I conclude and realized that hardly anyone in the last 100, 150 years hasn't even known this. But when I read Beza, when I read Tremelius, Janius, or Janius, when I read their material, they understand that this is a noun. This is a noun phrase sort of thing. Which art and wast and shall be is a name. Okay, so you can turn anything into a name. If someone steals my bike, if a boy stole my bike with a red shirt on, I could say, "The boy who stole my bike with the red shirt on is running that way. The boy who stole my bike with the red shirt on fell over. The boy who," that becomes like a noun phrase. And so it says, "You are righteous, O Lord, which art and wast and shall be." In Exodus chapter 3, verse 14, it talks about the three I ams. Okay. And I won't even say this. I'm going to get Nehemiah Gordon. Because I know Mark Ward won't listen to me on it. Jehovah. Now let's see if we can grab his short video on this, because he's got long videos, which he must have been triggered. So maybe I'll type in etymology. Okay. Maybe it's in a longer video. I'll just have a quick look in the, I'm pretty sure it's this video. But it's 50 minutes, so we don't want to play it, all that. But I want to get to the point where he's explaining the etymology. Okay. Maybe it's not that video. Maybe if I type in Exodus 3:14, Nehemiah Gordon. This one. Yes, it goes for 5 minutes. Okay. Get ready.
Here's what's important. When I look at Yud He Vav He and I see before that in the verse Ehyeh, I immediately notice, wait a minute, something's going on here. Yud He Vav He sounds awfully like Ehyeh. Clearly it has some relation to the word Hayah. And the Aleph is I will, and the Yud means he will. So God says to Moses, I will be that which I will be, or I am that which I am. And he says, tell them I am sent me to you. And then, or I will be sent me to you. And then very next verse, before he's caught his breath, so to speak, he says moreover to Moses, Yud He Vav He. So when you read this in Hebrew, it's immediately obvious that Yud of Yud He Vav He is the Yud of Yehyeh, he will be. Are you with me, guys? This is immediately obvious in Hebrew. This is not some innovation I came up with. I'll show you there's sources going back 2,000 years that say this. It's so obvious, I don't know that I've ever taught this. This is the part where I said, why would I do a teaching on Exodus 3:14? Like you want me to talk about bringing evidence that the sky is blue? Like it just seems to me like, but I realize most people don't speak Hebrew and don't know Hebrew grammar. So in Hebrew, this is obvious. Now there's a little bit of a problem here. If really these two are related, Ehyeh and Yehyeh, why isn't it named Yud He Vav He? Why isn't it Yud He Yud He? Where did the Vav come from? That's pretty obvious too. The Vav comes from, so we've got Yehyeh and Yud He Vav He. You see the difference is the Yud versus the Vav. So where did the Vav come from? The Vav comes from the present tense form of the verb. Hoveh means he who is, or he is. Everybody say Hoveh. And by the way, Hovah, say Hovah, means she is. Okay, Hoveh, Hovah, Hovim, Hovot. He is, she is, they are, they are. Hebrew is a very politically incorrect language. There's a different form for masculine and feminine. They, meaning in English you have they, in Hebrew there's two theys, they, he, and they, she. Do you want to hear how politically incorrect Hebrew is? If there's 1,000 women in the crowd and one man, you refer to them as masculine. It's like the one drop rule of the Hebrew language. If there's 1,000 men and one woman, you still refer to them as masculine, right? So now you could actually, if you want to be politically correct, argue that the masculine is technically a neuter form as well, right? But let's not get into that. So we've got Hoveh and Yehyeh. And maybe we should stop here, but we can't stop here because we heard the rabbi say, Hayah Hoveh Yehyeh. He was, he is, he will be, or he who was, he who is, he who will be. Where did he get the Hayah? Why did he bring that in there? We don't need that, right? We've got the Vav of Hoveh, and we've got the Yud of Yehyeh. Why did he bring that in there? Hayah means he who was. Everybody with me? Hayah, Hoveh, Yehyeh. Here's the really cool part that I thought was too obvious to bother to talk about. I really thought this was obvious, but it was funny. I was sharing this with T-Bone. T-Bone is this gentleman who doesn't read Hebrew, but he has some kind of incredible program. He's a computer programmer mind, and he could look at a manuscript of Hebrew and immediately find on the page where it says Yehovah with the full vowels. Incredible. So I was explaining this to T-Bone a few days ago, and he said, Nehemiah, and this is a guy who's found the name Yehovah in over 700, personally, he's actually found it personally. I mean, I verified it, right? But he found it personally in over 700 manuscripts, which is more than me. I've got about 200 and change to my name, where I am the first one to have found it in those manuscripts, but he found it in over 700. Incredible, this man. And I'm showing this to him, what's obvious to me, and he said, for all these months I've been working with you, and I knew there was a piece missing to the puzzle. And I was praying, God, I don't understand. How do you get from Hayahoveh to Yehyeh to Yehovah? And of course, why would I explain it to him? It's obvious. Yehovah. The Yud of Yehyeh and the Ho of Hoveh and the Av Hayah is Yehovah. This is obvious in Hebrew. I'm telling you, the sky is blue. I don't need the 1,000 manuscripts. I love the 1,000 manuscripts, but I actually don't need them to know it's Yehovah. They verify 100% that it's Yehovah. Jews based on the Hebrew grammar alone. Hayah, Hoveh, Yehyeh. Let's look at that one more time. Hayah, Hoveh, Yehyeh is Yehovah. Is that pretty cool? All right.
I hope you enjoyed the special preview of my support team study, The Great I Am Revealed. If you're interested in watching the full in-depth teaching, simply visit my website, nehemiahswall.com, and click on Support Team Studies. Thank you for supporting Makor Hebrew Foundation.
Okay, so it's pretty clear. So you've got fluent speaking Hebrew guy, Nehemiah Gordon, and he's come to the conclusion that Hayah, or Yehyeh, Hoveh, and Hayah, this is who was, who is, and who will be. So this is the etymology of Jehovah. So these are the three I ams that appear in Exodus chapter 3, verse 14. It has these three, the past, the present, and the future. Then the very next verse says, tell them that Jehovah, which we know is related to the Hova, means to be or to exist. So that's basically why it's I am. I am is in the first person. So we would say in if we were talking about God, you exist, you are. And you are takes the form of the past, present, and future. So clearly, this is Revelation 16:5, isn't it? You've got the one who was, who is, and who will be. And who will be, it doesn't say is to come, does it? Who will be is, this is why I say it's the purest form of the Triadic declarations, because the other ones say the one who was and is to come. So it's a bit like saying the past, the present, and Christmas. It's like, well, yeah, Christmas is an event. It's going to happen. And in the book of Revelation, it's was and is to come is what Christ is coming. But the final Triadic declaration in Revelation 16:5 has the one who was and is and shall be or will be, which is the perfect etymology of the name of Jehovah. So that's why if you know this and you understand why they put holy over this name, because it's the name of Jehovah. Now, if you understand anything about nomina sacra, the first ever nomina sacra was to do with the name of Jehovah. Now, the theophoric names prove that the name of God is Jehovah, not Yahweh. You got Jehoshaphat, Jehoiakim, all this sort of stuff. Now, that form was shortened to Josaphat, Joachim. Instead of Jehonanan, it became Yonanan, So a lot of people pull me over the coals for using a J letter. Well, that's what we do in English. In Hebrew, they just used a Yod, okay? So either way, Yohanan or Jehonanan, Jehovah or Yehovah, same horse, different haircut. But the one which the past, the present, and the future, this is clearly the holiest name of God to the Jews, okay? And so scribes, Jesus called himself I am, and they were going to stone him to death over that. When you've got someone just explaining what's in Exodus chapter 3, verse 14, with the holiest name of God, the etymology of Jehovah, which even New Testament writers would put things in nomina sacra, they would condense things. The first ever nomina sacra was to do with the theophoric names of shortening Jeho into Yo. Okay. So that's the first ever nomina sacra to do with Jehovah. So you would understand why they've written Holy One here. To me, it's pretty clear. This is a noun phrase. It's nomina which means it's a noun, and sacra means it's holy. Notice it fits nomina sacra. It's a name, and they've written holy on it. They didn't write bananas or, anything. They've written holy. And see, the thing is, in some manuscripts it says which art and wast and holy. In others it says which art and wast holy. Some say which in Latin, which art and wast and shall be holy. So that they were putting it in all different places. And so anyway, that's what I go into in my book. And so to me, it's just like Nehemiah Gordon said, as clear as the noonday sun. It's like the sky is blue. That this is bog standard things for Hebrew speaking people to know. And Mark Ward's claiming to be one of those people who can know the original languages. Well, I would ask Mark to take it up with Nehemiah Gordon. If he doesn't trust my scholarship, which obviously he doesn't think I'm worthy of even looking at, trust Nehemiah Gordon. Now, Nehemiah Gordon, Mark Ward would have to admit, he's part of the academy. He was one of the guys who recently went and examined Codex Vaticanus, and they were looking at the amulets, the dots. So if he wants to throw him under the bus as, some sort of kooky, King James onlyist, or as Jonathan Burris said, a non-King James onlyist, go for it. But, you can take that argument up with him. You don't even have to mention me. You can just go through this and, this is Revelation 16:5. It's a name. And so the thing, even just the fact that it is a name, I mean, if you have, Joseph Bryan Smith, okay, and that's a name. If you had Joseph Bryan, and then it's got something like American citizen written on it, it's like, well, okay, well, you think twice about it. Even if you see the same yesterday, Jesus Christ, the same yesterday, today, and forever. If it said Jesus Christ, the same yesterday, today, and holy, you'd go, that's weird. It's sort of like the past, the present, and the here it's got the present, the past, but it's a name, so we know what it should say. And holy, you know what I mean? And so this is why I've made a pretty strong case for this being nomina sacra. But regardless of that, Beza, in his Annotationis of 1598, clearly said that he had a manuscript that had esomenos. So anyway, we'll see what else Mark has got to say.
Shall be instead of the Holy One. Just weights for King James onlyists would cause them to assume that the King James translators were trying to diminish or undermine the Bible's teaching about the holiness of God. More important for my argument here, however, just weights would cause them to acknowledge that they are willing to ignore not just the majority of Greek manuscripts, but literally all of them.
Okay, so let's just quickly go to Matthew 1:1. So this is my Textus Receptus website. Okay. So I've examined quite a few manuscripts when it comes to this verse. So I've got a lot to say on it. Now, when we go to the printed Textus Receptus editions, we see Complutensian Polyglot. When we look at the name Jesus, it's Yesu. It's spelled out there. Cephalus, Yesu. Erasmus in his 5 editions, Yesu. Cesar has Yesu. Robert Stephanus, he actually has it in a nomina sacra form. You can see that. But we all know that it's a nomina sacra form, and we all know it's condensed. But when we see that, we expand it, and we say, well, that's Jesus. Even Christu here is in nomina sacra form. So we see that in his 2nd edition, but in his latter editions, he expands it, okay? So all Beza did was recognize this as a nomina sacra and expand it with Revelation 16:5. So let's look at some of these manuscripts. So this is Papyrus 1. So it has Yesu here in nomina sacra. Vaticanus, Yesu in nomina sacra. Sinaiticus, nomina sacra. Then we look at Washingtonianus, nomina sacra. Basiliensis, nomina sacra. Cyprius, Nomina Sacra. You're looking at Nomina Sacra all the way down to 1033. So imagine if I made the claim that it said Vivlos Genesius Hu. You'd say, oh, no, it doesn't say Hu. It says Yesu Christu, but it's in abbreviated form. If I just went Hu, everyone would turn around and say, no, that's not what you do. So if Mark Ward recognizes that there's the holiest name of God there, Jehovah, for the Old Testament, for the Jews, the holiest name of God is there in Revelation 16:5, then you understand why they've got holy there. So nomina, it's a name, sacra, holy. To me, it's a no-brainer. But when you go through nomina sacra here, like even son is Wio here is in abbreviated form. Like, look at this one. If you were to just pronounce this how it's written, Vivlos Genesius Abraham. Instead, you read it Vivlos Genesius Jesu Christu Uio David Uio Abraham, because you know that all of these letters, and I'll just enlarge in this so everyone can enjoy what I'm looking at. For those listening, tough. Now I'll just have to scroll down. Look at that. Look at all the nomina sacra in a row there. And so how on earth would you get something as big as ho'on kaho'en kaho esomenos? How would you get that and turn it into a nomina sacra? Would you get the first and last letter and just just put holy there, either after it or on top of it, or because the Jews were very careful about the name of God, even to just look at the history of the name of Jehovah and how it's translated, transliterated. Sometimes they put every name of Jehovah in gold in manuscripts. They were pretty obsessed with this name. So the Christians are just like, oh, we'll not only just have Lord there, but we will have the etymology of the name of Jehovah in Revelation 16:5. And they're like, people copying this. People are like, you're saying the name of God in this type of fashion. They were only supposed to say that type of thing in the temple, the etymology of the name of Jehovah. But it's clearly in Exodus chapter 3, verse 14. So anyway, I think you get the drift without me ranting on.
For the reading in the King James at Revelation 16:5 comes from Theodore Beza in his 1598 Greek text. It's what's called a conjectural emendation, a guess based on zero evidence.
A guess based on zero evidence. So I'm going to have to go there. I'll go back to my website. It's like, okay. This website's been up since, for how long? 2008. Okay. All right. So I'm a little bit too large there. I just wanted to show my things. So there we go. There's my book, Revelation 16:5, Beza's expansion of the rare nomen sacrum form of Jehovah and I Am in the final triadic declaration. It's in the heading. I explain why. But let's just go to my website. So there's no evidence for it, apparently. Okay. I don't know where I got all this information. My website then. So I'll just show you. Okay, so it appears in the Ethiopic. Now, unfortunately, some of these pictures are just not showing. I know it's an issue on my website that I've got to fix. But in Revelation 16:5, it does have the past, the present, and the future. People who can't read Ethiopic have claimed that it doesn't. All you have to do is look at the previous traded declarations to see what it says, and then you can clearly see this letter, which means it's the past, the present, and the future. Papyrus 47 has the K Osios, and so this is the and holy. So it's like, well, why has it got and? Why does it say ho'un kai ho'en kai osios? What's it going? It's going and holy. So, and a lot of Reformation Bibles echoed this. They had the one which is and was and holy. But now modern Bibles say who is and was the Holy One. So they've made up this like it's a name, the Holy One, you know. And so Clement of Alexandria, Kaihosomenos, talking about the Tetragrammaton. So it says, further, the mystic name of 4 letters, which is affixed to those alone to whom the adytum was accessible, is Ja'ave, or so that's the Greek name which was popularized. That's pretty much where people get the whole thing of it being Yahweh. Now, Yahweh just so happens to be the exact way you pronounce Jupiter, Yahweh Pitta. Yahweh Pitta is the exact name of Jupiter, how it was pronounced by the Romans. Now, this word here, in the Greek, if you look at it, it has iota, alpha, omega, upsilon. So it says Yael. It doesn't say Yahweh. So it's quite interesting how that's been translated into English to match the Yahweh type of concept, which if you read my book, I trace it back to Gesenius, who popularized that notion. Gregory of Nyssa, he talks about who is, who was, who shall be, the bride of Christ. Priscillian of Avila, he that who was and is and shall be, appeared as the word from eternity made flesh, dwelt among us. It's in the, so I've got here Jerome. So it says here, even so for 1,000-year period, you were, you are, and you shall be. So sometimes it's the etymology of Jehovah, but sometimes clearly it is like Alclin has here, who was always in all things and wast before all things and shall be God over all things, blessed forever. So it's very similar to Beza's Latin, quies, quieres, and eras and quieres, which appears in that same document. Beatus of Libana has qui fiesti et futeris es. And so this is clearly an example of a Latin document having it. Beatus of Libana, Hamo of Halberstadt, or Hamo Halberstadensis, sometimes he's called. He has Justus est Domine, quies, quieris, eras, and quieris. And so it's basically exactly like Beza's. And so Beza chose eris as the translation of esomenos. And so it's clearly what's said there. Thomas Aquinas, what was and is and shall be. So I'll go through Erasmus. He actually had ho'on, ho'en, echomenos instead of esomenos, but that was in his annotations because he knew that it was a name. He's like, well, that should be the name. So anyway, so I've got a bit of information from TurretinFan, but all you have to do is look at Beza's annotations himself. He says the usual publication is Keho Osios. So Beza knew what the reading was. He said it shows a division contrary to the whole phrase, which is foolish, distorting what's put forth in Scripture. The Vulgate, however, whether it is articulately correct or not, is not proper, making the change to Osios Sanctus, or Osios in the Greek, which means Sanctus, since a section of the text has worn away the part after the K. And then it says, and so without doubting the genuine writing of this ancient manuscript, I faithfully restored in the good book what was certainly there, esomenos. So James White says this is a conjectural emendation, but clearly, if you go to, I'll just show you. Okay, so that's the I am thing. So I made this meme myself. I am in Exodus 3:14. So here we have the Hov Ah. Okay, and so that's the etymology of the Lord. Jehovah is an archaic third person singular of the imperfective aspect of the verb to be. That is, was, will be. Okay. But I want to show you this, David Paris. So this was a Revelation commentary written in, I think it was 1614, or it might have even been 1611. I'm pretty sure it's 1614. But this is him saying, Lord which art, and it says, sundry times before the true God, yea, Christ is thus described, save that in its stead of esomenos, which is to come, before used, so, obviously is to come is in the other four places in the book of Revelation. Here it is, esomenos, who shall be, and it has in brackets, as Beza hath brought to light out of an ancient manuscript. So Paris, he's just writing about this. Europe knew that Beza had an ancient manuscript because he said that in his annotations. They would commonly be read hoosios and holy, cohering with the foregoing word dikaios, righteous. So then it says, see Beza's annotations on this place. And so people are like, oh, you're reading the annotations wrong. These are contemporaries who wrote, commentaries and things around the time of Beza, probably lived around the time. Beza died in 1605. So this is written in like 1611 or 1614. So he could have even known Beza. But clearly this was the common consensus that Beza had an ancient manuscript with this reading in it. So why doesn't Mark Ward know this? Why doesn't Mark Ward know about the Nomina Sacra at Revelation 16:5? Why doesn't Mark Ward know that the past, the present, and the future here is the etymology of the name of Jehovah? Because he just doesn't know a lot of things. And this is why we constantly have to make videos showing Mark Ward's illiterate here. Mark Ward knows nothing here. Mark Ward, the word study. Sorry, Mark, you failed on that one again. He's just constantly bringing up stuff. He's failing to bring out good material. Okay. He's bringing out some new stuff for him, which has already been dealt with years ago. So wouldn't you think if someone wrote a book on Revelation 16:5, you'd at least, like, if he contacted me and said, Nick, can I have a PDF of your book, or I'd send it to him. He could read it for free. He could, even if he just skimmed through it, he wouldn't make such silly claims. But anyway, so let's get back to what Mark's saying.
Scrivener came along to Revelation 16:5, and he noticed that the King James did not say Holy One, so he knew that the King James translators did not translate the Stephanus 1550 text here, for example. They translated Beza 1598. Indeed, however, Beza has that reading, so Scrivener put it in his Greek New Testament, the job of which was to reconstruct a TR edition that records the text-critical decisions of the King James translators, even if Scrivener felt those decisions were wrong, as he sometimes did. Overall, here's what Scrivener found: 111 passages in which the King James translators agreed with Beza's 1598 edition of the Greek against Stephanus's 1550 edition of the Greek, which was their other major text. That's Revelation 16:5. That's what they did there. Scrivener found 59 passages in which they did the opposite. And he found 67 passages in which they differed from both and went with an edition of Erasmus or Collinnaeus or the Complutensian.
Okay, I'll just show you a place where the scholarship of Scrivener is really poor because, the only good thing about Scrivener is he basically reprinted Beza's text, made a few tiny changes here and there, and said, this is the text underlying the King James. Now, good on him for doing what he did, but he's not the brains behind this TR edition. Beezer is. And as I've described in my other videos, you know, you probably heard this a million times. Beezer went out, he killed the animal, he skinned it, he chopped it up into portions, he marinated it, he put, you know, spices all over it, he cooked the thing, and then he served it up on a plate. And then Scrivener, 250 years later, you know, with his edition, it's like the waiter coming along, getting that plate, and then, you know, that guy puts the salt down his arm and goes like this. Well, Scrivener put some salt and a bit of pepper on there, and quite a lot of pepper. So out of his 190 changes, about 20 are warranted. We're like, yep, good. But there's about 170 bits of pepper there. So the salt's good. The 20 that, you know, because the difference between the 1611 and Beezer is about 20 differences that are translatable. But there's about 170 bits of pepper that really didn't even need to be talked about. Now, let's have a quick look at some of these. And I'll just quickly show you. I'm hoping these pictures come up because that's sort of part of it that I have to show you. Okay. I'm just quickly looking through here, just trying to find the exact one that I'm going to. I won't be 1 second. No, I'm pretty sure it's in Mark. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'll look for that on the side and we'll just continue with Mark.
Polyglot or something else. Like what else? This is where I'm headed in my long developing triple double reverse flea flicker lateral play. Scrivener tells us what other texts the King James translators used at the end of Appendix E of a very detailed book he wrote about the King James text. He says, it may be useful to...
So I mentioned in my previous videos, sort of exposing what Mark Ward had previously said, that he goes to Appendix E. He doesn't go to the 190 list, which is an appendix at the back of the original 1881 edition of his Textus Receptus. And a lot of people make this mistake. He made this mistake when he was first doing his parallel Bible website. And I said to him, you're using Appendix E, which is the wrong list. You should be using the 190 list. But he makes this mistake and he doesn't seem to correct himself on it. And he seems to double down and only use that now, where it's just the wrong place to look for issues dealing with the Textus Receptus.
To subjoin a list, probably quite an incomplete one, of places in which the translators of 1611 have apparently followed the Latin Vulgate, mostly after the example of Tyndale, sometimes of versions later than his, especially of the Ramish of 1582, that's the Catholic translation of the Bible, whereof the epistle of the translators to the reader speaks so contemptuously, which is true. It is probable.
And so there are times when they're going through and they translate things and it matches the Ramish edition. Now, they did check the Ramish edition, but the thing is, they weren't, just because, you come to the conclusion 1 + 1 = 2, and Adolf Hitler came to that conclusion as well, doesn't mean that you adopted something from Adolf Hitler. It just means that that's the best word to translate it into, regardless if someone did it. Can you imagine they're like all sitting around going, oh, that's the best way to translate it. It's like, we're not following the Reams. We're not going to match up with that one. They would have just gone, we don't really care what the Ream says there. We're going with the best choice. But they make out, oh, they borrowed it from the Reams. You know what I mean? It's just this type of rhetoric that's ridiculous.
Well, that at least some of the passages collected in the first section of the present appendix, that's Appendix E that we're looking at, wherein the text of the authorized version is supported by the Complutensian polyglot and the Latin Vulgate only, were derived from the Vulgate rather than from the Complutensian. In other words, they followed the Latin rather than the Greek. In 1 Corinthians 14:10 and 1 John 1:5, where Collinnaeus and the Vulgate alone favor the rendering of 1611, the Vulgate is almost certainly their authority, not Collinnaeus.
So he's mentioning, because all you have to do to really get King James people occupied is go, well, Scrivener said this, Scrivener said that, blah, blah, blah. And, but Mark ignores all the other work I've done on Scrivener. So, because I've had this for years. What about Scrivener? He back translates this, or Erasmus, he back translates or translated this and that, or Scrivener, he makes all these mistakes and he says that it's from the Vulgate and all this. So you go out of your way and write books about it and do things, and people just ignore that and they go on to the next list. It's like, can't you deal with Revelation 16:5, Mark? But yeah, the whole concept that it comes from the Vulgate, like he's got here, 1 Corinthians, I'll go back because he's got the reference here. What is it? 14:10. And in 1 John 1:5, where Collinnaeus notice Collinnaeus. So it does go back to a Greek text. Collinnaeus has it. And the Vulgate favor renderings of the 1611, the Vulgate almost certainly their authority, not Collinnaeus. So he's saying it's not Collinnaeus, but it's in Collinnaeus. And so this is one of the incredible things. Once they got people to believe the lie that Erasmus back translated from the Latin, they open up the whole can of worms to say, well, they're just going to the Latin document and they're just back translating into Greek and making up readings from the Latin. Where Erasmus said he did it in one place where there was a few words missing, and this is in Revelation chapter 19. So he amended them, and he said the Aldine, the people from Aldus, get them to fix it. So that was in his first annotations. In the second, third, fourth, and fifth annotations, he doesn't have that message to fix it, because they fixed it. And that was the only place he ever did that back translating. If he was back translating from the Latin, wouldn't you think he would do that with the Comia Henium? he was like, I can't find a Greek manuscript with it in it. And then all these Greek manuscripts started popping up, and he's like, okay, the British Codex, and then also Codex Montfortianus, which isn't the British Codex, and also these other ones. He was looking at these manuscripts going, yeah, it is in the Greek. And so then he put it in, and he used internal evidence for that. He could have just gone, well, it's in the Vulgate. If he was back translating from the Latin like they claim, he could have just done that. But obviously he's not doing that. And he said clearly in his annotations that he wasn't doing that. He did it in one place, and he let everyone know, look, this is what I'm doing. And I want the guys, the Aldine guys, to fix this. And they fixed it. And it was in Revelation 19. They claimed that he had 136 Greek words from the Latin Vulgate in the last 6 verses of Revelation, because Franz Delitzsch in about 1840 found a manuscript that had Reuchlin written on it, and it was of Revelation. He's like, this is the one Erasmus used. This is the one. And so everyone's looking at it, and it's like, well, it departs from the TR here. And it's got the last 6 verses of Revelation missing in it. So they're like, Erasmus lied. He said it was only a few words. He said that it could be fixed, by the Aldine guys. Obviously, this is 6 complete verses. He's a liar. Textus Receptus, bad. Get ready. And Tregellus jumped on that train. And people parrot this. Like, I would say this is like almost illiterate rubbish today. People who don't know, they haven't even read Erasmus's annotations of what he said here, but they believe this sort of rubbish. So anyway, I'm getting a bit hyper. I guess I'm triggered. Okay, so I'll continue on. I was going to go to 1 Corinthians here, and here, but it's like,
favor the rendering of 1611, the Vulgate is almost certainly their authority, not Collinnaeus. Did you catch all that? I'll take you through a few of his examples to help you. Here are two examples that Scrivener gives. In Matthew 12:24 and 27, Mark 3:22, Luke 11:15, 18, 19, the King James uses the spelling Beelzebub, even though almost all Greek manuscripts in existence say Beelzebul and not Beelzebub, and actually none say Beelzebub. The TR and the critical text both say Bool, not Bub. So why did the King James translators spell it Beelzebub? Scrivener thinks they got this spelling from Tyndale, who got it from the Latin Vulgate, which says Beelzebub. I think this too, because it is very clearly the Latin Vulgate.
Tyndale got it now from the Latin Vulgate. It's just like we're gonna explain this, but I just can't help but laugh.
Has this spelling. And let's remember, the Bible of Tyndale's life was not the King James, not even the Tyndale Bible. It was the Latin Vulgate. That's what he would
It shows Mark Ward knows nothing about the Luther Bible, which has Beelzebub, but anyway.
have read most before he got into the Greek New Testament. So here's a place where Scrivener himself, editor of the TR text used in King James only institutions, shows that the King James is not based on the TR. And if you can read Greek, notice something important. Scrivener did
So he's talking really fast. He is. Blah, 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 blah. Let's have a look at what he said.
Scrivener himself, editor of the TR text used in King James only institutions, shows that the King James is not based on the TR. And if you can read Greek, notice something important. Scrivener did not use the bub spelling in his Greek text because there are no Greek manuscripts or even editions with that spelling. So though this is...
No, he does use it in his Greek text. I just noticed that he said this. He does use it in his Greek text. I'll show you in a minute. But it's like, it's so bad.
This is a relatively minor thing. Scrivener's Greek New Testament does not match the King James here. If we're going by strict letter-for-letter perfection in translation, the King James fails here.
So you notice it's not word-for-word perfection, letter-for-letter perfection. So he's made the standard so tight that no one can keep it. Instead of going, well, what about word-for-word perfection, which pretty much everyone says. And they're like, yeah, that's what we're not letter-for-letter. We're word-for-word. Like the movable nu, we're not really care about that. Doesn't change the meaning of these words. And so it's deception. Anyway, we'll keep going.
Thankfully, I don't think we have to do that. But King James only should if they're going to be consistent. Now get this for the second example. If you've followed any of this discussion in the very verse, Luke 1:35, in which King James defenders feel that they've caught the new King.
Okay, so I'm sort of scrolling on the side trying to look for that error of Scrivener that I want to show you. Now, I will just quickly... Yeah, here it is. As soon as I talk about it, it showed up. Now, have a look here. You guys can clearly see this line down here. So it's verse 5, and you can see that there is like an accent mark in that line. Now, Scrivener couldn't see that, okay? So he assumed that it wasn't there, and he thought it was just the breathing mark on the definite article. So let's look at what he did. So it has men, and he's saying that it's like this, and then he's claiming that it says men on in Beezer, but on closer examination, it does have the breathing mark there. So Scrivener's made this one of his 190 list. This made it onto his list, but it's obviously just a print error. And he didn't look very closely, did he? So this is what I'm saying. Scrivener, all he did was get Beezer's text, give it a haircut, and go, that's my... And Mark Ward's like, it's Scrivener's text. James White's like, Scrivener back translated everything from the English. It's like, no, he obviously just copied everything from Beezer. And we're not expecting him to do a perfect job. He was a critical text guy. He was not a TR advocate. He wanted lots of verses to be deleted from the Textus Receptus. But he did a work. It's a bit like, say, getting Thomas Nelson or Zondervan to print in King James. It's like, well, okay, well, that's the text that I follow, but the guys who print that, they might have a few headings here and there and a few things that I don't agree with, but the words, that's what I go for. So Scrivener did some good things, but he also made some silly mistakes like this. and so that's got to be acknowledged. But Mark Ward, so this is just an example that Scrivener made errors, because a lot of people don't want to acknowledge that. But so what's he saying about Beelzebub? And this is something that I can easily show you. Okay. Yeah, like look at here's another example of Scrivener. Okay, so he's saying it should say archon eis here. Okay. Now that's in the Complutensian. It adds this word. Now Scrivener says, the 1611, because it has a certain ruler. It has a certain ruler in the 1611, but then he says all these didn't have that underlying Greek there, but they came up with exactly the same translation, didn't they? So he's saying the archon here should be archon eis. Why did Scrivener claim the KJV follows the Complutensian reading when the above English Bibles have the same reading without following any Greek text with eis? Green, in his 1976 interlinear of Scrivener, has one above eis, but considers it unimportant. And in the LITV translation on the side has behold coming up a ruler bow before him. So he leaves the eis untranslated because he was the interlinear is following Scrivener. In his interlinear Greek New Testament 3rd edition, he has behold one ruler worshipped him, and eis has one above it. Zod Hyades and the Online Bible both have eis meaning a certain. So if that's the underlying King James, why do all these ones have a certain ruler, the exact same translation? Why would Scrivener assume that eis has to be there? And so obviously he's just wrong. And so I've explained the Rabdos thing, bring your phones, bring your staffs, becomes plural in context. But let's look at Beelzebub, because this one is what Mark Ward's talking about, okay? I'll just read through this and I'll check some of the comments. So Beelzebub, that's what Scrivener's saying. It has to have, the difference is the vita letter at the end or the lambda, okay? So is it vita or lambda? Which one are we going to go with? Now, Beezus, he has Beelzebub, okay? Stephanus has Beelzebub. In his 1550 and his 1551, Erasmus Beelzebub. Now, the Complutensian has Beelzebub. Now, excuse me. When we go through, so this is what Scrivener changed it to. He has Beelzebub or Beelzebub, Complutensian, and he says it's the Vulgate. And see, the amazing thing is they don't know the manuscripts of the Complutensian polyglot, but they claim, no, it's just from the Latin. That's it. Okay. So, could be, could not be. But that's just the claim. No, that's, if it's Complutensian, it's Latin. So then it's like King James Latin, So Tyndale has Beelzebub. So he translates this, transliterates it straight into English as Beelzebub. Beelzebub is the Plantin's edition, which is basically a Complutensian polyglot with a different haircut. Beza and everyone else sort of has Beelzebub. Okay, so that's what's said there. So when we look at the actual Textus Receptus of 1881 of Scrivener, he has Beelzebub. Notice he's highlighted this letter, the vita, and he's saying that is what needs to be changed. Okay, so he's got the asterisk there, which there's 190 asterisks in his TR edition. When it's like this, that's differences with Westcott and Hort, so that's different. But here it's like Beelzebub, so he's got that issue. Well, actually, that B issue would probably be a Westcott and Hort issue as well, because some of them are the same. So that's why he's got that letter like that. but the asterisk is definitely just the 190 list. Okay, so but let's have a look at Beza's text. And so here we have Beelzebub. Okay, now it looks like someone's sort of written in there, but I don't, it's not like a conspiracy or anything. But so it has Beelzebub. Okay, yeah, I think they've used the wrong letter there. But yeah, it just depends. But we won't get into that at the moment. But Beza clearly has that. What does the King James have? Okay, let's look at this. It has Beelzebub. Beelzebub. So it's like, okay, they translated from the Latin. Okay, that's the claim. Scrivener changed his 1881 Greek New Testament to Beelzebub in this verse, as opposed to Beza's 1598 Greek Beelzebub, because he was in but he was in error to do so, because it can be easily explained by the translator's second rule, which is stated the names of the prophets and the holy writers with the other names of the text to be retained as nigh as may be, according as they were vulgarly used. So it doesn't matter how they got the name. Obviously, through reading the Latin Vulgate was a Latin text all throughout Europe. So if everyone was saying Beelzebub, that's what they called it. If everyone was saying Nazareth, that's what they said. So the name Beelzebub has been established in English, German, and Latin usage, and so became the acceptable translation of Beelzebub in translations. Just like we have Nazareth or Nazareth, we're still going to say Nazareth. So it doesn't matter if it's Beelzebub, Beelzebub, or Beelzebub. It's going to be Beelzebub in English, because that's what they all used. And we still do today. I don't know anyone who says Beelzebub except for just a few nerdy Greek types here and there. Others that read Beelzebub are Zwingli's Swiss Bible. So these guys are all getting it from the Latin, Vulgate, Luther's 1565 Bible, the 1599 Nuremberg Polyglot, have it in the German, Danish, Latin, Italian, Gaelic, and Bohemese. The Italian Diodotti of 1609 also has it. It was not a strange practice to alter proper names from the Greek to a name more agreeable with the English pronunciation. For example, Paulos was changed to Paul. Well, why is it just Beelzebub? Beelzebub has to be, Beelzebub, or else it's from the Latin. Okay, well, why have we got Paulos? Why don't we say Paulos? Because we say Paul in English, because it's the way we say it. Where did that come from? Maybe it came from French or something. Did we get it from just the French Bible? Or no, it's who knows where just Paul came from? Probably German, probably whatever, or could be Latin. I don't know, but what's the name Paul in Latin? Maybe I'll just quickly look that up. We'll go to translate. Let's look at detect language, and we'll go to Latin. Paulus in Latin. So it didn't come from the Latin. You know what I mean? How silly is this type of concept? And this shows you the illiteracy. And when I say illiteracy, I'm not meaning Mark Ward can't read, but the illiteracy on this topic. He doesn't know much. He's just regurgitating old, redundant Scrivener material, which isn't that crash hot either. And so, but he thinks this is the go-to stuff. Let's keep reading. Ludi is Lois. So why don't they call her Luidi? Eunekia is Eunice. Petros to Peter. Jacobus. Why don't we call James? Why don't we say King Jacobus? Why don't we say, let's all turn to the book of Jacobus? Because we're English-speaking people, and we have James. That's what we say. Eudes to Jude, and Timotheo. Whoops, I shouldn't have gone there. Timotheo to Timothy, etc. If the translators were justified in converting the Greek spelling of proper names of people, Why are they not justified in changing the proper name of Beelzebul in Greek to Beelzebub in English? Surely Scrivener could have figured this out. Now listen to this. This is where it gets like comical. Okay. There are 6 passages which read Beelzebul in the underlying Greek text of Beza, which is translated Beelzebub by the King James translators. So Beza has Beelzebul. King James guys go, in English, that's Beelzebub. Just like they have Paulos, and they go Paul in English. You know, it doesn't mean it's Latin Vulgate. It doesn't mean, you know, conspiracy. This is kooky conspiracy weirdo stuff, you know. But, you know, I don't want to be uncharitable, so, you know, I've got to calm down. But this is where it gets really funny. The passages are Matthew 12:24. Now, I've got them all here. Well, actually, not all of them. I've got a few of them just for the example. So you can see Beelzebub there, Beelzebub here. Okay, so I'm just sort of proving that's where they come from. The passages are Matthew 12:24, Matthew 12:27, Mark 3:22, Luke 11:15, 11:18, and 11:19. Beelzebub appears in, listen to this, listen. Beelzebub appears in Scrivener's Greek only in Matthew 10:25. So the only place Scrivener changed it was one place. Isn't that amazing? But not in the other 5 places. It follows Beelzebul, which is the reading of Beza's 1598. So he was inconsistent in Matthew 12:25 because the Complutensian polyglot only had Beelzebub in Matthew 10:25, but Beelzebul in all other places. So he matched it to that text in a failed attempt to reconstruct the Greek behind the King James Version. So, you know, did he do an okay job? Well, where he followed Beza and where he followed the underlying text of the King James, kudos to you, Scrivener. We take our hat off to you. Where you're doing this sort of stuff, I mean, seriously? You don't know the rules to the translators, you know, but here's Mark Ward parroting this stuff, and he's making himself out that he's a wordsmith. But what? Paul, Peter, these names, what, we can't use them? We have to say Paulos, Petros, Jakobos? It just gets hilarious, and it only appears in one place. And so what I'll do is I'll just quickly, now you know that information, that you can sort of see why I'm, like, I actually use this as an example for most of the phonetic things like Bethesdan or Bethesda. It's got a final nu on it. I'm like, well, you know, just read the Beelzebub one and you'll see where, you know, Scrivener's not that crash hot on some of these phonetic things. Now I'm just checking to see if there's another Beelzebub. Oh, Beelzebub. No, they're all in that one. So I think when I go down, I just point to this article here. So I'll jump out of that. Now I'll just quickly go back, and it's probably about 2 minutes of Mark speaking about Beelzebub. But now you know this information. Now you can listen to what he's saying.
King James, very. Take you through a few of his examples to help you. Here are 2 examples that Scrivener gives. In Matthew 12:24 and 27, Mark 3:22, Luke 11:15, 18, 19, the King James uses the spelling Beelzebub, even though almost all Greek manuscripts in existence say Beelzebul and not Beelzebub, and actually none say Beelzebub. The TR and the critical text both say Bool, not Bub. So why did the King James translators spell it Beelzebub? Scrivener thinks they got this spelling from Tyndale, who got it from the Latin Vulgate, which says Beelzebub. I think this too, because it is very clearly the Latin Vulgate that has this spelling. And let's remember, the Bible of Tyndale's life was not the King James, not even the Tyndale Bible. It was the Latin Vulgate. That's what he would have read most before he got into the Greek New Testament. So here's a place where Scrivener himself, editor of the TR text used in King James only institutions, shows that the King James is not based on the TR. And if you can read Greek, notice something important. Scrivener did not use the bub spelling in his Greek text because there are no Greek manuscripts or even editions with that spelling. So though this is a relatively minor thing, Scrivener's Greek New Testament does not match the King James here. If we're going by strict letter-for-letter perfection in translation, the King James fails here. Thankfully, I don't think we have to do that, but King James only is should if they're going to be consistent.
So he's coming to his own illogical conclusions that the King James and the Textus Scrivener don't match up now. But it's like, okay, so Paulos and Paul, they don't match up. They're different texts. King James only should be consistent with this. And then Scrivener finds one that's in the Complutensian, and he's like, well, see, there you go. And he changes that, but he doesn't change it anywhere else. And it's like, so when you go through the Scrivener text, it has one place Beelzebub, but you look at the others and it's Beelzebub. And it's only because of the one in the Complutensian polyglot, which could have even been a typo. You know what I mean? It's anyway. So I'm just thinking what else I should say about the Beelzebub issue. I think that's about it. No, I really want to I just want to jump on my Facebook because I don't want to steal the thunder of Chris Yetzer. Now I saw him say that he's living in Italy, so it can be really hard for him to watch these things after midnight and all the rest of it, and that's all cool. But I do want to bring up some things that he has okay. Oh yeah, so Will Kinney said he's watching just in my chat there, so that's cool. I enjoy Will's material. Okay. I'm just wondering where I found this. I think it was the Textus Receptus Academy where someone put, I've just got to find it, so I won't be a second. Ah, no, that's my debate group. Textus Receptus Academy. Now I'll just drag this over. Okay. Okay, I've got to search for this, so sorry about this. I'll just quickly search for Christopher Yetzer. There we go. 6 comments. Actually, he tagged me. That's where I found it. So I'm just going to have to go through this. Dun, dun, dun. Christopher Yetzer. Yes, found it. All right, it wasn't in the TR place. So, all right. So it's in this group. I have no idea who this group is, but it's called King James Bible, Textus Receptus Defenders. Jonathan Burris is in there, Jay Snap Jr., etc. So it's to do with the question, any resources on the New King James? Okay, so someone's put this video, Eric Culture, and then we have Christopher Yetzer. Okay, so he's, it says, Christopher Yetzer from an email I sent to Ward. So he sent this to Mark Ward. This is Christopher Yetzer. He sent this to Mark Ward. I assume that all KJV onlyists defend. Sorry, you assume. I might enlarge in this, make it nice and big. Here we go. That's better. You assume that all King James Version onlyists defend one edition of the Textus Receptus. This is not true in so many ways. Nick Sayers has been trying to get this through to you for years. So, you know, obviously I've been doing videos on that and talking to Mark Ward, And it's not just whether Mark Ward watches this video or not. He's being told by other people saying, hey, Nick Sayers is saying this. It, like Pastor Brett, he constantly saying, hey, Mark Ward, Nick's saying this, Nick's saying that. So he must be hearing it, you know. You ignored Scrivener's rules. Scrivener was bound to the 1611 to the printed Greek text, which he still made at least one mistake according to his rules. The amen at the end of Ephesians was in every one of his printed Greek texts. Scrivener was not trying to give what the KJV translators did. He was trying to follow his rules. If he really wanted to give what they did, he would have considered Beza's footnotes and other information. Well, I wouldn't. Yeah, anyway, that sort of speaks for itself. So, but I was just going to say, I wouldn't put it past that Scrivener sometimes deliberately says, well, this is what the reading is here and there, when he's actually made a mistake because it matches up with the Westcott and Hort reading. So that's sometimes what the conclusion I've come to, and I'm like, well, okay. So we go through Revelation 16:5. Now he is missing a point 3 here, so I think he made point 1, point 2, point 3. He seems to have deleted, but then we have point 4, Revelation 16:5. He says, you ignored that Beza said he had an ancient Greek manuscript. You said it was based on 0 evidence, but he didn't talk about Beza of Libana, didn't talk about Homo Halberstadensis. He didn't talk about the nomina sacra issue of the name of Jehovah there. He didn't talk about Beza saying that he had an ancient manuscript, and the Reformation era scholars saying, yes, Beza did have an ancient manuscript. So then this is all in Latin, so I won't try and read that. It says the outline of Beza's entire footnote. What the common reading is, it's Osios, so he knew it. Thoughts on the common reading and how it affects the context and message of Scripture. So he said it, that in the Vulgate it doesn't make sense either, because you got the past, the present, and holy. It's not past, present, and future, which is, you should be able to see that. It's a predictable, was and is to come. Yesterday, today, and forever. And in my book, I have a whole section on triads in the Bible, talking about, I think it was Peter, James, and John in that particular order. It's all the way through the New Testament. So if you just had Peter, James, and a donkey, it's like you'd study it at least. You know what I mean? Thoughts on the Vulgate reading and how the Latin might have come into this reading. The proper reading based on context. The proper reading based on physical evidence, his manuscript. The proper reading with the context defended. You and possibly Scrivener don't understand Beelzebub in the King James Version. Scrivener did not use the bub spelling because there was no Greek editions with that spelling. Scrivener changed Beza's reading at Matthew 10:25 to Beelzebub based on the Complutensian polyglot. Version analysis. Luther consistently used Beelzebub. All previous translations used the B ending consistently. The 1588 pastors and professors of Geneva French Bible used Beelzebub in Matthew 10:25, but Beelzebub in the other 6 texts. Okay, that's very interesting. The Reina Spanish Bible used Beelzebub consistently. Valera's followed this lead, except for Mark 3:22, where they used Beelzebub, which would show you they see it as synonymous. Diodates Italian used Beelzebub consistently. So it's just the way that they're saying a name. Beza's Latin consistently had Beelzebulum for his Greek Beelzebub. That's such a good point. I'm stoked that he said this. Okay, so no, I don't have to go there and show you a picture of it. But basically what you'll see, I'll just go here because I've got this. So this is Beza's Greek. Now, if this extended on, you would have his Latin translation and then the Latin Vulgate tagged on the end. In his Latin Vulgate, he had Beelzebulum, which is the Latin. He's Latin. So it would have Beelzebul here, Beelzebulum, and then I guess the Vulgate would be similar. Oh, man, I'm so tempted to bring this up. Let's just do it. Let's not let fear stop us. All right. Tia. a friend of mine, his brother, that's the last thing he remembers. He was at a pub, and he said to this guy, "Don't let fear stop you." And then he woke up out the front in the gutter. So he got punched out. Don't let fear stop you. Okay, so let's go to, we're going to books. So this is on my Textus Receptus website. We can go down. All the editions of the TR are there. We're going to the 1598 Beza. And we're going to go to, we're going to jump forward quite a bit. Say, we're trying to get to Matthew 10, I think it is. All right, so we're in Matthew 2 there. So we've got a fair bit to go. Okay, we're in Matthew 6. Quite a fair bit to go. Okay, Matthew 11. So let's just go back. Now we're looking at 1025. That's where we want to be. So we're at the beginning of 11 there. Might be this page. Yes. I'm glad that I've gone here. So I didn't want it to take too long, but I just wanted to just check this. Okay, so let's look down here. It's a bit blurry. Wait for it to load up. Okay, so it says here, that's the exact, you can see the exact place where I got Beelzebub there. So I've obviously taken a screenshot of that. But look, it says here Beelzebulum. That's the Latin. that's what it is in Latin. And then it has in the Latin Vulgate Beelzebub. Okay, so it has Beelzebul here, Beelzebub here, and if you look at Beza's own Latin translation, it's Beelzebulum. Okay. Now, when it has these three little triangles or three little dots here that make it upside down triangle, that means that he's written something on it. So we can see that. Okay, where is it? Has he written on it? Well, maybe it's at the top of the page. Sometimes he has that. No. Okay, still just looking for that. Here, BLZ. So yeah, it goes over to the next page. So we'll just quickly look at that. Must go to the top. Yeah, here it is. Beelzebulum in the Latin, which is Beelzebub. So, Beza got it wrong. He put Beelzebulum. Where's that from? I think Balam is Arabic for love or something like that. Passion or Vulgata has Beelzebub. And then it has Beelzebub. And it says here from 2 Kings 1:2. Okay, that's very interesting. Now, okay, I'll just sort of check that. So we're in the middle of reading Chris Yetz's thing. Okay, so I want to keep going through that. Scrivener changed Beza's reading at Matthew 10:25 to Beelzebub based on the reading of the Complutense in Polyglot. Okay. Dictionary and annotations. The Complete Word Study Dictionary, which is... Spurious Zodhiates. So... this one here, the complete word study by Spiros Azadhe. So he's a native Greek speaking guy. So this is a pretty good one. He's not thoroughly King James or anything, but he does have some interesting things. Now, it describes Beelzebub as being translated from the Hebrew Baal Zebub. The Old Testament, Baal Zebub, is found 4 times. Let's just chuck that into translate and we'll just see what comes up. Sometimes it's very interesting. Detect language, go to English. The owner, the Lord of the Flies. So in Latin, Dominus Musca. Anyway, these are just some things that I would do. I'd go through a lot of languages and just see if there's anything interesting. So is found 4 times and typically translated by all Bibles with a B at the end. That's interesting. So in the Old Testament, when it's mentioned, it's got the B at the end by all Bibles. Erasmus maintained the manuscript reading in his printed Greek text, so Beelzebub, but questioned why Greeks might have changed it to the B and not an L. He surmised that it was either due to an unintended effect of Greek grammar, or since there is little similarity between the letters, possibly an error made by the ear of the scribes. So he's saying it could have been Beelzebub or Beelzebub, just when he claimed that Jerome, apparently referring to his commentary on Hosea, said that the names of Bel, Beel, and Baal all referred to one and the same idol. So that's what Erasmus said. In Matthew 10:25, Beza claimed that one manuscript reads Beelzebub, as found in 2 Kings 1:2, as we mentioned. Conclusion: the evidence doesn't seem to indicate that the KJV translators blindly or solely translated according to the Latin Vulgate without other influence. It seems more likely that they understood the arguments which Beza, Erasmus, and others were making. Possibly they understood why Jerome would have translated it in such a way and agreed that the name was the same as the Old Testament God of the Flies. See Diodati's footnote in Matthew 10:25. So my conclusion is just that that's the way that English people said it, like they say Paul, Peter, and so so that's what I would say. So then we're going to get into Luke 1:25. So I just thought I'd bring up that issue there. So Mark's going to get into Luke 1:25, and we're going to read through what Christopher Yetzer says there. Now I'll just play a little bit more, and I'll read through some of these comments. And as I mentioned earlier, if you've only just tuned in, I got into a habit of reading through all the comments, but it doesn't seem for a good flow. Just constantly reading through. If there's something important, I'll throw it up there. But I was reading through, just constantly getting caught up in the chat, and it was sort of frustrating. But let's continue.
Now get this for the second example. If you've followed any of this discussion in the very verse, Luke 1:35, in which King James defenders feel that they've caught the New King James making an error and omitting words omitted by the critical text, Scrivener believes that the King James translators followed Tyndale in following the Latin Vulgate rather than the Greek. The Vulgate makes the main verb of the clause future, the child that will be born to you. And that's what the King James has. But the Greek has a present verb in any edition you check, the child that is born to you. The King James translators did not practice the kind of letter-perfect accuracy in translation that is consistently demanded by King James onlyists. I'm not saying the King James translators committed errors in these places. We'll talk about this a little more later. I'm not saying that they did anything wrong on purpose, surely. I think instead that they acted just as they said they would act in the preface. They acted as humans who have foibles and limitations and who commit little oversights, who don't.
I would rather say Mark Ward is human and has foibles and has oversights, and I would rather say that Mark Ward's wrong, because he's been proven wrong time and time and time again. And when you look at the King James scholarship, oftentimes Like, these aren't even arguments against the King James position. That they're so weak. These are being debunked. Like that article that I got on Beelzebub on my website, it's probably like 10 years old now. Like, surely he could have done a Google search or just gone, at least just go, wonder what KJV Today says. Oh, I actually do wonder what KJV Today says. He's usually really good on this. KJV Today, Beelzebub. KJV Today. Okay, it doesn't look like he's got an article on that, so that's cool.
Don't act with perfect consistency. It's only Spirit-inspired writers who produce perfect work. If that didn't get me a first down, I'm not sure what will, but for my third down offensive play, I want to again appeal to the King James translators, but I'm going to do that at the end of the play, not the beginning. Just today, as I write, I got an email from a pastor who graduated from a King James-only college and, as best I know, still prefers the Textus Receptus. He's run into some struggles with his hometown crowd because he has tried to use an easier-to-read TR-based translation in his urban ministry. But this is a guy who does his homework, and he sent me 3 lengthy lists of passages where kind of problems occur in the King James. One of them is a list in which the King James goes with the Septuagint.
Okay, so we want to deal with what he said about Luke 1:35. So version analysis. Most all pre-KJV Bibles in a variety of European languages have the verb as future. So this is the thing. Mark Ward is basically demonized. He's like, well, King James guys made mistakes, and Bishop's Bible made mistakes, and Geneva Bible made mistakes, and Coverdale Bible, and Tyndale Bible, and Martin Luther, and the French Bibles, and all the Italian Bibles, and all. It's like everyone made a mistake except Mark Ward. And this, it becomes humorous. It's like, maybe you're wrong, Mark. And the thing is, that would be the first place. Like, if I was to go to this issue, like, it doesn't take much. Look, you just type this in and then go, yeah, Textus Receptus Bibles. It's already showing in my history because I must have looked it up a while back. You can go to my website. You can go to, look it up and then go interlinear and just read through. Okay, so he's saying that it was the word shall. Okay, the Holy Ghost shall come upon thee. The child which shall be born of you. Okay, so shall, let's just highlight the shells. And for this reason, that holy being, so that's greens, which shall, the Holy Ghost, the holy thing. So anyway, Bishops has shall be. Okay, Geneva has shall be. Great Bible has holy thing which shall be. Matthew shall be. So all these guys are wrong, and then all you have to do is just go, okay, well, we've looked at that. Let's look this up in Bible Hub. And go to multiple versions. And you can look at some of these older Bibles, like, say, for example, well, we're looking mostly at language Bibles here. So we could even say, okay, Russian Synodal Bible. Let's grab that. And let's throw it into Google. It mightn't be the most accurate translation, but I'm just doing this for an example of what you could do and where, because Mark doesn't seem to know the basics of where to look and what to do. And it's like, okay, so we'll translate Russian detected. Let's put it into English. Therefore, also the Holy One to be born will be called the Son of God. Okay, so sometimes what you do is you get rid of the previous sentence. Therefore, the Holy One to be born, which shall be born, or to be born. But I'm pretty sure that actually what Yetz is saying is that it doesn't really matter. So let's have a look. Oh my gosh, I've got 10 pages open. I better just shut some of these. Okay. Google Translate. All right, where am I? It's flashing like a disco in here. I feel like a chicken on a rotisserie with all this radiation coming from all these screens flashing. Yeah, I think I've shut the page, which isn't good. Okay, let's shut that one. Let's shut that one. Yeah, I think I have. But I have the magic ability of going to history and opening up Facebook. Yes. Okay, here we are. So it says there is no variant in the verb in the NA28, yet most modern Bibles still have it as a future tense. Like, this is the thing. Like, where Mark Ward just set up his own thing. Someone sent this to him, and he's like, this guy used to be a King James only guy. He sent me a list. Here's one example, and he's thrown it in his video. It doesn't, like, King James isn't the only Bible that does this. All the Reformation Bibles do it, and all the NA28 or Nestle Alarm, you know, from 24 onwards, they all have the same thing too. What on earth are you talking about, Mark Ward? This is why I say he's illiterate on this topic. He doesn't even know how to do a basic study and find out if other Bibles do this too. Wouldn't you think you would do this before you made a video? It's like, when I listened to this the other day, I was like, am I getting to the point where I'm tired of Mark Ward, or is he actually just getting desperate and saying the most silly things? It's ridiculous. Anyway, Beasley considered the possibility of the Greek word meaning more conceive, as is demonstrated by his changing the nascitur to gignatur in his Latin text. Gignatur, however, is still future. So, you know, I doubt that Mark would even know about those Latin words or anything, and he's probably never, if he's not even looked at modern Bibles, Reformation Bibles. I mean, that's the start. Then you go down and start looking at different languages, and then you start going down and looking at Latin and all the rest of it. He hasn't even done that. He hasn't even begun to study this, but he's proclaiming this is an error. Remember, he was like, I can't find any error except for one in Job. And when you looked at it, it was like, what? And, you know, I did a whole video on it. And now he's just, someone sent me this and it's an error. And he'll probably do a future video. Well, the leading proponent of the King James only movement, Dr. Smithers Bolotskine in Idaho, he sent me a thing saying it's wrong, and you know, he's the leading King James only guy. He's the only one who's charitable. Most of these other guys were really nasty, and they said bad things about me, but he said good things about me, and he's a nice guy, you know. And you just sort of like, whatever, just you're wrong. You're wrong on so many fronts. It's great. It's sad to watch, like someone go to this effort, have a whole ministry for King James people, and you can't even just, like, maybe I could play devil's advocate and give you some things that were at least a little bit meaty, you know what I mean, to go, here's an error in the King James. You know, I would still debunk it, but at least it would be better than this rubbish, you know. So this question here says, Nick, what do you think of the theory that the KJV has some sort of double inspiration because it came around at the time English was becoming a global language due to the British Empire? Well, I've got no doubt that God is sovereign and knows what's going on. But I think it is more so because the people of God rose up and did a good work. If the people of God in Vietnam want to do a good work, now people could help them in this from other cultures, But if they went and worked on their Bible and got it to the point where it's like that's the word of God, if they did the same cross checks and balances and things that the King James guys did, they would have an equivalent Bible. Now, who would foreknow that their language could be used all around the world or whatever? No one can predict that. But if they want revival to happen in their culture and absolute truth when it comes to bibliology, they can do that. Any culture can do that. The English culture at that time, they were able, and now it was mostly the hard work of the people in Geneva. They did a lot of hard work, years and years and years of study. The King James guys had it served to them on a silver platter, and they were very skilled, and they were able to do what they did. Now, had King James not have done that, we would go to the Geneva or bishops, but it would have errors in it, and probably someone else would have done an update or something like that. But it's like we would still be like, oh well, it's in. It was just such a good work that they did, and so I think any culture can have that type of thing. Any language. I mean, like English has become the dominant global language. Had it been done in German or French, I mean, we could probably say that could still be the providence of God. And I don't know how much their Bibles have influenced other people as well, of other cultures and other nations. And I mean, some places there's a huge Christian population and they don't speak English, And so, but I don't believe in a double inspiration. I believe in preservation. And so preservation is it's been inspired once and it just needs to be preserved. So it's a bit like strawberry jam. They made it in the factory perfect, but it's preserved to your cupboard today. Now, it's up to you. You want to use it and you open it up and you use it. But it's preserved there. We have access to it. That's preservation is God's hand on it. We are able to find the words of God. And so Kept Pure in All Ages has asked this. Has anyone transcribed the 190 list into a Word doc? If so, I'm looking for a copy. So I only really have all that information on my website because I haven't finished the study. So I've had other people contact me with finished studies, but it's one of those things where it's like a whole list of things, and it's like, man, I've got to go through all this and check it. But I will get around to it. But yeah, so then we're going to look at the coat of many colors. So we'll look at that next. So this will be the Septuagint issue.
Septuagint, the ancient Greek translation of the Old Testament, rather than with the Hebrew. I have seen passages like this, but I've never collected them like he did. One such place is the famous coat of many colors in Genesis 37:3. The Hebrew does not say coat of many colors. What it says is uncertain, admittedly. Something that the King James translators acknowledge in their preface can happen in Hebrew. But coat of many colors comes from the Greek Septuagint and the Latin Vulgate, not the Hebrew. Another famous place where the King James clearly departs from the Masoretic Hebrew text is Ruth 3:15. The context practically demands that the final phrase refer to Ruth. After her climactic encounter with Boaz, where she asks him to be her kinsman redeemer, the King James says, she went into the city. But the Hebrew does not say this. It says he went into the city, referring to Boaz. Some editions of the 1611 King James actually did stick with the Hebrew. The one I frequently use at King James Bible Online did this. You can see it in this photograph here. But modern editions of the King James do not stick with the Hebrew. Check yours. It'll say he went into the city. Now, I'm still trying to maintain people's trust in the Bible and even in the King James. I do trust the King James translators highly. Again, part of me wishes I didn't have to show people any of these difficulties. I'm an inerrantist. And
Okay, so let's look at the coat of many colors. So this is Christopher Yetzer again. He says, 1638 Dutch footnote says, Hebrew, of various pieces being of diverse colors. So that's the Dutch footnote. So that would be the Statenvertaling, the States Bible. That's what it's saying the Hebrew means, of various pieces of different colors. The 1645 English annotations or pieces, and it might be both, wherein both pieces and colours were so mingled as might make most for delight and decency in the eye. The Greek word poikylon is used by the LXX, and the other Greek word polymita by the Latins. Both sound the same. Sound both to the same sense. The one signifieth varied, the other varied in particular by pieces of several colors. Okay, so there's, some just after the King James, and that's in Dutch, and that's English annotations. Several modern translations are undecided on what the word means. The NET says it's not clear what this tunic was like because the meaning of the Hebrew word that describes it is uncertain. So it's quite funny when they can't figure it out. They just turn around and say it's untranslatable. No one knows. And Mark Ward will just parrot this. But back in the Reformation and post-Reformation era, they seem to know. But then they go default and say, well, the King James guys said they didn't know, in the preface. It's like, oh, no, they were saying the Jews didn't know. And so sometimes they would put a marginal note, but they got it right. When you look at these things, that like a unicorn, it's like, well, it's obviously a rhinoceros of some sort. Robert Alter here has an interesting note. The only clue about the nature of the garment is offered by the one other mention of it in the Bible, the story of the rape of Tamar, which is 2 Samuel 13, in which, incidentally, the whole network of pointed allusions, there's a whole network of pointed allusions to the Joseph story. There we are told that the Ketonet Passum was worn by the virgin princess. It is thus a unisex garment and a product of ancient culture. E.A. Spicer cites a cuneiform text with an apparently cognate phrase that seems to indicate a tunic with an applique ornamentation. Other scholars have pointed to a 14th century BCE Egyptian fresco showing captive Canaanite noblemen adorned with tunics made of longitudinal panels sewed together. Both Alter and Wallace's NET leave the translation somewhat vague, but Alter's note is interesting that he mentions the possibility of longitudinal panels sewn together. Possibly they were of various colors. Given the range of opinions and indecisiveness of the meaning of the Hebrew word today, I don't think one can fairly say that the KJV translators went against the Hebrew text. They may have chosen the reading from a translation which fit best their understanding of the Hebrew, but that's not particularly noteworthy. You also forgot to mention that not one of the translators of a New King James believed the text that they were believed in the text they were called to translate. So that's a big issue because none of the New King James guys were Textus Receptus people. None of them, like Dan Wallace says this, none of them were TR people. And a lot of them weren't even majority text people. They were critical text people. And so that has an effect. So we've gone through these points, and he didn't really even reply to the Ruth issue. Or actually, so then we have, we've got a few other bits and bobs. Maybe, he's just mentioning where there's departures. Which I've shown quite a lot of these. The Amon and Hemon. So Chris Yetzvers, he's going to town on this. So I put a few videos there. So anyway, I'll jump out of that and we'll just go back to Mark Ward. Now, Mark Ward's talking about the he-she Bible issue. I would just say, look, Bryan Ross has done quite a bit on the he-she Bible issue about a typo there. And so to me, it's just a typo. And so I don't think that I'm going to say much more about that. But let's continue on.
These are not all fun or easy to explain, but my hand is being forced. King James onlyists are insisting on letter-perfect accuracy in text and translation.
Well, if some people are going for letter-perfect accuracy in the King James translation, how can you get letter-perfect accuracy when you're translating from one language to another? You can't. You go word for word accuracy. So Mark Ward has gotten what's being said, that we believe that words are built up of letters. But of course, if you spell sun, S-O-N-N-E, it's not different to sun today, S-O-N. It's not like we're talking about the sun in the sky or something. It's a completely different word. It's the same word. It's just different spelling. And so we acknowledge that. And just by our usage, we acknowledge that. Trying to trap us in words, in word games, where all of a sudden it's letter for letter in the Greek, where we clearly acknowledge things like a movable nu, and, you know, at times your name's being spelled differently. You know, sometimes you get the book of John will spell the name John 4 times. Dan Wallace says this. In some manuscripts, you got the name John spelled differently 4 times. And so we acknowledge that, but it's all going to be translated as John, isn't it? How come you're not translating it as Yohanan? So Mark Ward it just makes me wonder how much he knows about language. I mean, I'm not a linguist, but I can poke holes in his arguments. Imagine a true linguist, like someone who's a polyglot, you know, someone like David Crystal. He wouldn't even bother responding to this. He'd just be like, what's this guy? He would see this as kooky. Yeah.
They reject the New King James for failing to achieve this standard, even though I guarantee that if King James only leaders would allow it, their people would get great benefit from the easier English of the New King James, the contemporary English. But these leaders don't use just weights.
No, we do use just weights. We recognize that there are problems. I used the New King James for years, Mark, and I started to see problems. And I started to see that the church that I was in was getting their doctrine from the New King James. So it became, instead of a heretic after the first and second admonition reject, it became a divisive man. So if you caused division, you could be kicked out. And so you had to reject someone who caused division. But ultimately, Jesus caused division. He came to bring a sword. You can be causing division on truth. It mightn't be a heresy. See, and this is the thing where churches are using, these type of scriptures to, when it says go and make a disciple, how can you make a disciple? The King James says go and teach all nations. So teaching all nations, you're leaving it up to them. You're not manipulating and controlling people to, like, you're my disciple, you're my disciple, and putting them underneath your umbrella. No, you train them, you teach them, and if they, do a Judas or they do a Peter or they do a whatever, it's up to them. You've done what you can do. You've taught them. You can't make them your disciple. You know what I mean? And so there's heaps of places in the New King James where I'm like, I'm relearning my Christianity from the King James and trying to get rid of New King James material that I've learned over the years. Still, I mean, most of it I have done, but every now and then I'm finding something going, yeah, that proverb says this. I've always thought that, because I used to memorize the proverbs, go through the psalm, all in the New King James. And most of the theological problems that I've had that are not linked to just some teacher teaching something, it's usually because there were concepts that I would look at in the New King James and go, I'm applying that to myself, and that's wrong.
give one more minor example, one provided to me by my pastor friend, and kudos to him. I wish I could give his name. In Genesis 4:25, the King James says, "And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son, and called his name Seth, for God said, she hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew." But the Hebrew doesn't say whom Cain slew. It says because Cain killed him. Now, this presents a test for King James only critics of the New King James. I think that it's possible to conclude here that the King James translators made a sufficiently accurate translation of the Hebrew, but one that was just slightly dynamic. However, it just so happens that the King James matches the Greek Septuagint and the Latin Vulgate perfectly here. They both say whom Cain slew.
So he's going to a Greek translation and he's saying this matches the King James, but he's saying it could match the Hebrew. I just don't trust that Mark Ward knows Greek, knows Hebrew enough. Like even just in the examples that we've just looked at, he obviously, like modern versions do the same type of translation. See, this is the thing, and this is why I have to do 5-hour long videos, because nearly every second thing that comes out of Mark Ward's mouth is wrong. I wish I could just, some videos I go through and it's like, oh, we're done. When you go to Mark Ward's videos, it's like, it's wrong. And like I said, if I had a siren go off every time he says something that's false, people would run to my house thinking the smoke alarm has gone off. It would just be beep, beep, beep. It would be like a fire truck going through your neighborhood. Wrong, over and over and over again. And on basic things. Like say with this example, I haven't even looked into it. I don't even know really what he's talking about. If I got this example and I just look up Reformation Bibles, they're probably all translated the same way as the King James. Modern Bibles, probably all translated the same as the King James. And then if you looked at the Septuagint, it could be translated the same, or maybe it's not, But this is the thing. Do I trust what Mark Ward is saying is true? No, because let's just do that. Let's do it together. We'll just quickly go through this. Hopefully it happens quickly. Okay, so let's go back here. Genesis 4:25. Okay, so it says here, well, let's see exactly what he said, because I was sort of vaguing out a tiny bit.
One more minor example, one provided to me by my pastor friend, and kudos to him. I wish I could give his name. In Genesis 4:25, the King James says, "And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare a son, and called his name Seth, for God said, she hath appointed me another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain slew." But the Hebrew doesn't say whom Cain slew. It says because Cain killed him. Now this...
Well, using because, in the King James, they would use for Cain slew him, or for Cain killed him. But let's have a look. Let's see what these modern, or let's have a look at Textus Receptus Bibles. So I'll show you the process. If you want to debunk Mark Ward, just go to Genesis 4:5. So Genesis 4:5, and we're going to Textus Receptus Bibles. Okay, so here we got the Hebrew. We can look at that. And this is an interlinear, so I wasn't planning on going here, but it says, actually it's 4:25, sorry. I better go there. Okay, they have whom Cain slew. I guess it's King James. Okay, so yeah, my mistake. So seed me another instead of Abel slew whom Cain. Okay. So let's go to the interlinear and let's see how this is translated in the Reformation. So we've got whom Cain slew. Okay, that's the one we're looking for. Let's see. Okay, whom Cain slew. Green's literal has because Cain killed him. Like, how would you update whom Cain slew? So whom Cain killed, or okay, so but sometimes green, they can, can be a bit, it's known as a Masoretic text, Textus Receptus, but sometimes with Alexandrian concepts, that's what people say about it. For Cain slew him. Okay, so let's look at the Reformation Bibles. Webster's has whom Cain slew. Bishop's has whom Cain slew. So the Bishop's Bible got it all wrong too. They must have followed the Septuagint as well. And it has because Cain slew him in the Geneva. So translating from the same Greek text, the post 1550 text of Stephanus, these two have whom Cain slew and because Cain slew him. So they're seen as synonymous. Whom Cain slew, Great Bible. Whom Cain slew, Matthews. Whom Cain slew, Coverdale. Whom Cain killed, Wycliffe. Okay, so he's saying that this is from the Septuagint, but it's actually the Geneva Bible reading. The King James matches up with all the other Reformation Bibles except for the Geneva, okay? But the Geneva Bible has what modern versions have, but it says because Cain slew him. So it's a tiny bit different, but I would say it's a synonymous reading. But even if you argue against that, whom Cain slew is the majority, okay? Whom Cain slew, whom Cain slew, okay? So, so that's the Geneva Bible because Cain killed him, okay? Where it actually says because Cain slew him. Now, let's look at, so all the Reformation Bibles except for one agree with the King James. So all those people must be wrong and went to the Septuagint, apparently. Now let's grab this and we'll just quickly go to Bible Hub. So it's going to be interesting to see Mark Ward do a whole video on how the Geneva Bible guys are the only ones in the Reformation that got it right. Everyone else got it wrong. Now, let's check modern versions. Since Cain killed him. Whom Cain killed, New Living Translation. That would be very similar to whom Cain slew. Since Cain killed him. For Cain killed him. New King James, whom Cain. New King James is wrong. Oh. Isn't this incredible? He's promoting New King James in this video. The whole video is called New King James, blah, blah, blah. And New King James follows. Like, you can't make this stuff up. How? And I'm not even trying to mock. Like, I mean, you guys can see this because this is happening in real time. I listened through this video and I was like, but by the end you sort of get a bit vague with these examples. And so I didn't even think about this example. It wasn't in Christopher Yetz's one. So I'm like, I guess I'll look it up. It's in the New King James. So he's saying the King James gets it wrong. King James gets it wrong. And then he's saying, go with the New King James. You people, why don't you go with it? I have to really say this. The King James has errors too. It's like, New King James has the same reading. The one you're telling us to go to. It's sort of like, don't take this medicine. It has side effects. And then it's like, take this medicine. And then, on the jar, it has the same side effects. It's like, you're telling us not to use the King James because of things like this, but then you're saying to use the New King James, but it's got the same reading. Anyway, I don't know. Is this maybe Mark Ward is like a really like a TR person, and this is all a big joke or something. It's got to be. It's got to be. Anyway, let's continue.
This presents a test for King James only critics of the New King James. I think that it's possible to conclude here that the King James translators made a sufficiently accurate translation of the Hebrew, but one that was just slightly dynamic. However, it just so happens that the King James matches the Greek Septuagint and the Latin Vulgate perfectly here. They both say, whom Cain slew.
Now we have to prove that. Okay. So let's look at the Latin Vulgate. So we go to the multi. Let's type in Latin. Okay. Now, this isn't 100% accurate, but it can give us a good range. Okay. Whom Cain killed. Okay. Whom Cain slew. So that's the Latin. Okay. And then we've got the LXX or Sweets Septuagint. Let's check that one out. Whom Cain betrothed. Oh, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, it sounds like there's something wrong there. But I'm sure that the betrothed there is supposed to be killed. So, yeah, Mark could be right. That's translated that way. That's translated later that way because it matches the Hebrew, which all the Reformation Bibles match, except for the Geneva, apparently. And then he's just saying, well, this is just a little bit more dynamic than usual. Do you trust that Mark Ward is able to translate the Hebrew like the Geneva Bible? Like, I mean, Tremelius, who was a Jew, who did the Syriac Bible, who, you know, he's was his son-in-law, I'm pretty sure it was, Janius, he knew the Arabic. And they teamed up with Beza, and they all worked on a Latin edition. All these guys were just, you know, I would say that Mark Ward probably knows about 0.5% of the Hebrew that someone like Beza knows, let alone someone like Tremelius, who was a Jewish guy himself. But anyway, what more can you say? He's not literate on these issues.
If you insist that the King James is accurately translating the Hebrew here, even though it matches the Greek and Latin perfectly, then you have to allow the same measure of liberty to the New King James translators at places where their textual basis looks a little uncertain. I really could go on.
No, you haven't given us a good example. You've given us an example of something, a place where everyone is basically translating it the same way. And saying that that's wrong. And you could go on. It's like, no, you haven't given us a good example, Mark. It's wrong. It's anyway.
I won't claim to have scored a touchdown yet or even gotten a first down. That's up to my hearers to determine. Did I persuade you that the standard King James only narrative is false? That King James onlyism uses unjust weights? It criticizes the New King James for faults, if you even wish to call them that the King James commits as well.
No, we didn't find anything in the King James that was a fault. We found fault with you, Mark, and with your studies, and with you blindly following some guy who emailed you. At least look at Bible Hub. At least compare. Like, this is the thing. Mark Ward's like, if you don't know the original languages, all you have to do is compare, you know, all the modern Bibles, put them up side by side, and you'll get the reading. He hasn't even done that. He's not even taking his own advice on how you would do a basic Bible study. And he's making these conclusions and saying them in public. Because, you know, like, I tend to do videos on things that I know about. Okay. If I know something, it's like, okay, I've got something to say. Now, if you want me to talk about, you know, the size of the temple in the Old Testament and why it's, you know, why it had gold rings around the curtains, I have no idea. I would look like an idiot trying to make up stuff about it. And that's how I view Mark. I'm not saying that he's an idiot. I'm just saying that on this topic, he doesn't know much. He's just sprouting information, and the people who are going, yes, Mark, we love you, Mark, like, put a comment there. Oh, again, magnificent work, Mr. Ward. Oh, you're a beacon of hope. And like, these people obviously are not studying. The people who are studying these things are the people who you're trying to reach, your so-called opponents, like Christopher Yetzer. I mean, he just wrote you off in that, and he sent it in an email. So we know that you've received this information. We know there are people saying, hey, why don't you listen to this guy or read this book? Or so the information's getting put there, but you've got your blinders on. And Mark keeps saying that he's going to quit reaching out to us because we're not responding. No, we will respond. If you have a good argument, Mark, I'll be the first one to jump into your camp. But you don't have a good argument. And you have a lot of just information that's been debunked a long time ago. And so we're just looking at it going, oh, he's saying this now. Okay. Well, back to the old drawing board and just going back and saying, well, this is why it's wrong. And, you know, I mean, you're trying to show us where there's errors in the King James. We are offering the public to publicly debate anyone in any format, in any time, on any day of the week. I'll debate you, Mark. I'll take a whole day off. I'll make sure that, you know, I'm polite and everything. I'll debate you. But the thing is, I think you just watching one of these videos would go, actually, yeah, he's made 15 really good points. And it's not because I'm a savant. It's because you keep making these same mistakes. And this is stuff that's just parroted by James White and parroted by Dan Wallace. And we're like, hang on, let's check this out. We study it all or read an article somewhere and it's like, that's wrong. After a while, you keep repeating this stuff and you're like, well, I know this stuff. And I think anyone watching this video would say what Nick said needs to be answered. Regardless of whether you think I'm a psycho or toxic or whatever, I'm not that bad. I might be an Australian. We can be a little bit of abrupt. You know, that's not a knife. Well, no, this is a knife, you know, and put it in your face a little bit. But it's like, well, big deal. Like, I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. You know, I am a Christian. I do love God. You know, I read the Bible. You know, just because I think Jesus, you know, could turn a table or two every now and then doesn't make me toxic. But anyway.
Now, let me be clear. I do not believe I have pointed to any actual faults, genuine errors in the King James in this video.
Well, what was that all about then?
I think it's perfectly defensible to translate the Septuagint or the Vulgate when the Hebrew is...
Okay, so you said, oh, there's no errors there. It's okay to translate from the Septuagint or the Vulgate because modern Bibles do that. And the New King James does that. It's getting worse.
It's terribly difficult. I think it's okay to translate Beelzebul with Beelzebub if, as I presume, that's what most people at the time said, even though most people were technically wrong. And
most people were technically wrong. My head is spinning around. My brain is spinning around on the inside. I'm triggered, but it's sort of like someone just said 1 + 1 = 3, and I'm triggered by it, but I've just got to calm down.
And there's no real difference in meaning between the child that is born to you and the child that will be born to you, when both are referring to an obviously future event. You know, Mary clearly had not given birth yet. I'm perhaps less inclined to give the King James translators a pass on Revelation 16:5, but I feel I'd have to do a little more work to find out if we can recover any of their reasoning before I'd be willing to call what they did a direct error. Maybe I would conclude that that was an error. I'm not opposed to doing so, and neither were the King James translators. As I've quoted on this channel once or a million times before, the King James translators specifically deny in their preface that their work was perfect.
No, they said the exact opposite. Because there's two definitions of perfect. There's the perfect of the originals, then there's a perfect translation. And so they go in depth to explain the difference. But if you read Dedication to King James, okay. Okay, so we can read it in the original, yeah. Or actually, no, it's got a picture of the original, but we won't go there. So it says, for when your highness, so this is the translators to King James, for when your highness had once out of deep judgment apprehended how convenient it was that out of the original sacred tongues, the Greek and Hebrew, together, so it's not just that, it's out of the original sacred tongues, but together with the comparing. So notice they didn't get the text from these, but they got it from the original sacred tongues, together with comparing of the labors, both of our own in English and other foreign languages, all other languages at the time. So they went to the original Greek and Hebrew, then they went to all the English translations, then they went to the German, the French, the Dutch, and the Italian, all the other Bibles. Okay. Of many worthy men who went before us, there should be one more exact translation of the Holy Scriptures into the English tongue. Now, Bryan Ross has clearly pointed out, and he's made like 5 videos on it, that this word exact means perfect. And so it's exact. Like, let's look it up. Exact etymology. Usually etymology online gives you a bit of the history of the word and how it was used. Exact. Okay. Precise, rigorous, accurate. 1530s. Precise, accurate, highly finished. Past participle adjective of exigere, demand, require, enforce. Literally to drive or force out. Also to finish. A finished version. One principal one. They said that in the translators to the reader. So, but yeah, anyway. What more can I say? Mark argues against that. He's like, yeah, Bryan Ross. Yeah, Bryan Ross knows his stuff. And yeah, Mark Ward doesn't even listen to him. And he's charitable. Like they've thrown him under the bus quite a few times. And he's just like, okay, I'm back. All right, Mark and Tim, we'll keep chatting. And I'm just like, man, these guys are so toxic towards him. What a great example of what will happen if you befriend these guys. They'll throw you under the bus and call you a coward and all sorts of things.
I know it's unsettling to some very good Christian people to consider that their translations may not be perfect.
I'm not unsettled by anything you've said, Mark.
What good is an imperfect translation of a perfect book? I get that. But the view that I'm putting forward is the view of the King James translators and of the vast, vast majority of faithful conservative Christians who can read Greek and Hebrew. If you cannot read those languages or any other languages than English, perhaps you ought to humbly acknowledge that those people who can read the biblical languages are seeing something you don't see.
I wish I had a mirror. I would just hold it up and say, Mark, you cannot read these languages fluently. Okay? You can't. We can tell. Like, if you've ever mastered any skill, like if you can, play guitar, play piano, it doesn't take much. If someone picks up a guitar and they can't play, you can spot it straight away. If you're a mechanic, you just watch a young guy, using a screwdriver or a spanner, straight away you're like, well, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. That's how we're looking at you, Mark. Like, we hope that you grow and learn and mature and all the rest of it, but it's like you're like the young apprentice, and it's almost worse. Like what they do to apprentices here in Australia, they'll get a plastic bag and fill it up with compressed air and say, can you take this compressed air over to Bob over in the factory? And Bob's this old guy, and the new apprentice comes with a bag of compressed air. And he's like, oh, thanks, young fella, and he lets it out. or you go hunting for the left-handed screwdriver, or or a skyhook. They're trying to get up on the roof or something. It's like, has anyone got a skyhook? The apprentice is asking everyone on site for a skyhook. It's just one of those things that Australians do. We love doing that. And Mark is like going around asking for a left-handed screwdriver. We're all looking at it, sort of going, is someone going to say something here? And that's why I'm giving Mark all the answers here. It's like, don't say this, say that, this, that. I'm giving him he's saying all these things. I'm like, well, I've written a book about that. Maybe start there. Yeah, well, Christopher Yetzer answered that question yesterday. Apparently, he sent it in an email. You should look at that. Look at Bible Hub. Look at, I'm showing him what to do. He should be able to figure it out. But anyway, hopefully he does.
King James onlyists, in my experience, tend to tell themselves one of two neat and tidy stories: a Masoretic text TR story or a Ruckmanite story. The MTTR story goes like this. Once upon a time, God inspired the Hebrew Bible and the Greek New Testament, and he promised in Psalm 12 and Matthew 5 to preserve them perfectly, down to the jot and tittle. Satan came along and produced counterfeits of the Greek New Testament, but thankfully, the King James Version translators perfectly translated the perfect Hebrew and Greek texts once and for all, and it's easy to spot the terrible satanic corruptions in other Bibles. When difficulties and inconsistencies are pointed out, however, in this MTTR story, as I've done in this video, it tends to turn into the Ruckmanite story, which goes like this. Once upon a time, God gave special blessings to the King James translators so that all of their textual choices and all of their translation choices were perfect. If there are a few places in the King James that have no textual support in the Greek or Hebrew manuscripts, that's okay, because God inspired the King James translators to choose the right reading. If there are a few places in the King James Version where the translators actually follow readings taken from Erasmus that were translated from the Vulgate, that's okay, because God inspired the King James.
Well, that requires some presuppositions that Erasmus used the Vulgate, where clearly in one place, he made an annotation, said, I've back translated this one place, but the Aldine guys are going to fix that because they've got other manuscripts of the Book of Revelation, And he was very clear and open about everything he did. But then that becomes, no, he just willy-nilly, wherever he wanted, just put Vulgate readings in. And it's like, no. And then the King James used Erasmus's Vulgate-based readings. This type of thing. It's like, he's educating himself in the wrong thing.
Translators to recover the right reading. Now, I told the pastor who sent me some of these examples that I don't enjoy having to point out these difficulties and complexities, but let me build another bridge of trust.
I'm glad you bring them up, Mark, because then I can show other people they're not difficult. They're very, very easily debunked. And I think that by you doing this, what you're doing is you're showing that you don't have a strong argument against the King James, and people's confidence is built up, because if they hear you talk in vague generalities, the King James has mistakes, the King James is based on the Vulgate, the King James, everyone's like, oh, what's going on? But then you're like, here's my example, and you show it, and it's like 1 + 1 = 3. No, sorry, Mark, that's wrong. Next one. Oh, 1 + 1 = 4. No, that's wrong. And when people see these examples, and oftentimes this is just from my experience, I've gone through Facebook and through YouTube videos and all that, people have thrown these arguments my way, and I'm like, well, let's think about this. Let's focus on this one thing until we're satisfied with an answer. Focus. There we go. Or you find someone else's article, they've already done the homework, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Oh yeah, that's satisfactory. And then that just becomes part of what you're parroting. And, Mark should really look at these closer. I mean, even the fact that modern Bibles are saying the same thing, and often places where he's saying that they're rejecting, this. The New King James is saying it. It's like, anyway.
The one that I myself use all the time in my Bible study travels. Who gave us a situation in which we have incredibly well-preserved copies of the Hebrew Bible and Greek New Testament, but there are numerous minor uncertainties?
So he sort of said, because we have an accurate Bible, it's not just the hard work of people. It's, God inspired it. Now, I know some people go, well, something special happened in 1611, To me, that was people filled with the Spirit of God. They were doing a work for God, and they focused on it, and they perfected it. In the English language, they were able to do that. Now, I really wish if I had a time machine, I'd go back and say, hey, Lancelot Andrews and John Boyce, can I talk to you guys? Can you guys just do like a parallel Hebrew and Greek Bible? Because in the future, they'll make a massive deal about this, even though there's only like a tiny spattering of differences between you and Beezer and you and the Masoretic text of Bomberg. These guys are going to make a huge deal about it. So can we just do a parallel? Like, they'd probably go, oh, yeah, cool. And they would have just done that. Then there'd be no TR movement, no King James only movement. It's just like, well, there it all is. But because that didn't happen, it's like all the words of God have always been attached to that English Bible, because people who want every little, tiny bit of sesame seed, every little grain of truth, they're like, well, it all leads back to the King James and what these guys did. Now, had all of those guys worked on a Greek text, that would have been amazing. Well, all of them worked on a Hebrew text, that would have been great. But they didn't. They were told to do an English Bible. Now, they did all of that as well, but they never printed all that. They made their own Greek text. They made their own Hebrew Bible. They made their own textual choices. And so I take my hat off to them for the hard work that they did. And had they did a parallel, it would have been great, but they didn't. Scrivener attempted to do that 250 years later. He did an okay job. It's not a bad job, but it's not perfect. But that's why I just sort of avoid that and go, well, I go with the underlying Greek text of the King James, which is pretty much Scrivener. There's a few, little bits of pepper in there, which I wouldn't agree with, but it's mostly good.
And difficulties. Who gave us a world in which perfect translation between languages is impossible? Who inspired the New Testament apostles to quote a
perfect translation into a language is impossible? It depends on his way of defining a perfect translation. If you were to talk to anyone in actual translation fields who are translating documents that, like, say when you look at a power box and it's in 15 different languages and it says, if you touch this electricity, you will die, how can they translate that faithfully into French, into Arabic, into Urdu, into Vietnamese, into Cambodian, into English? How can they all do that in that little square? It's all saying the same thing. How can they get it exactly right? Explaining to people exactly what it means. But Bible translators can't do that with the Bible, apparently. It's because his idea and in his mind, translation is like the wooden, like every word like this. No, it's if you're fluent in both languages, if you're fluent in Greek and in English, you can translate Greek into English if you're fluent in both of them. And that's like my friends, the Luxembourgish guys who I always bring up. They were translating all the EU documents. And I said, so do you guys ever get to the point where there's things that you cannot translate because, language is different? And they said, oh, no, we're fluent in English and in Luxembourgish. And then one of them mentioned that they also translate these documents into German, so we can cross-reference that as well. I was like, okay. And, just kept asking us. So when people say, you can never really translate accurately across, they said, no, we can translate everything. So they're translating, pandemic issues, nuclear weapons issues, constitutional matters, sovereign nation issues, all from the EU documents. They're translating all that into a language, and they said they can do it perfectly. So that's people who are working in translation field, not like Mark, who's, I think in one of his videos recently, he said he knew Spanish or whatever. It's like, okay, great. That's nice, but it's clearly he doesn't know that much. When you talk to top linguists, they know the difference between perfect, every tiny little thing, perfect, or a perfect translation in a sense of the best that a translation can be. And the King James is a perfect translation, the best that a translation can be.
Greek translation of the Old Testament, rather than make new and doubtless perfect translations of the Hebrew. And by the way, I draw that last question directly from the King James translators in their preface. Who chose not to give us inspired translators, yea, even a pope, to give the best translation in each language, his official imprimatur, the seal of divine approval? Who gave us a Bible that comes in two very different languages, Hebrew and Greek, and actually Aramaic, 3, and would therefore require translation in the first place? Who gave us a Bible over the course of 1,500 years instead of all at once? Who chose to commit his precious word to fragile papyrus and sheepskin? Who gave us the excellent but not perfect situation we're in? But who told us that one day the perfect would come, that we would know even as also we are known? I think you know the answer to my not so rhetorical questions. God did all of these things, and he is good. He is...
No, sorry, Mark. Don't blame God for mistakes. I mean, see, this is the thing. They believe that God made mistakes in the originals. And as I've said in many debates and many times, like, I used to think that if you showed people where the ESV was wrong, logically wrong or mathematically wrong or wrong genealogy or wrong geography, or, Jesus is going somewhere and he ends up somewhere else. And if you showed these errors, they'd go, yeah, that's a really good point, what you're making. And that they would go, well, I'll go to a better text. But they're like, oh no, the originals have mistakes. God and, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, they all made mistakes too in the originals. I remember when I started encountering that, and I was like, really? That they think this? So the originals have mistakes, all the translations have mistakes, and this God has designed it like this. I'm just like... Sorry, that's not the God who I read about in the Bible. Like, read Psalm 119. It's not fitting with the words of God.
My refuge, even when I don't understand his choices. The New King James Version is an excellent, though not perfect, translation of the Masoretic Hebrew text and Greek Textus Receptus into intelligible contemporary English. If it has minor flaws and difficulties, I don't deny it. I just deny that the King James is absolutely free of those things. The King James and the New King James are both excellent and trustworthy, but the New King James has one huge advantage over the King James, and this too is the fruit of a choice of God. The New King James translators all spoke the English that you and I speak. That's the touchdown when it comes to Bible translation, actually producing understanding in God's people. If you weigh the New King James against the King James justly, you will conclude the same thing.
No, I've done that. Whoops. I don't know who this comedian is, but he's Australian.
I figured if materialism is it.
Yeah, so so what I'll do, I won't stop here. We'll just quickly go to Mark Ward's 5-minute debate announcement video, and we'll play that. Or two huge announcements. So it goes for
Professor Harold Hill and the Music Man.
Because he does say quite a lot of things here. When he talks really fast, and he's just like, sometimes these are the best times to get what Mark Ward really thinks, because he's on the fly. It's not like all scripted, and it's like, oh no, I said something that's offensive to someone, or we'll cut that out. And no, this is just live and just blah blah blah, and so we'll go through this. So I'm just checking through some of these comments. I want to sort of catch up on the comments actually before I go through this, because sometimes people are saying some very good things. Okay, so like I said, I won't be reading through all the comments. It just takes too long. Yeah, so I actually can't wait for this debate. Maybe I'm not sure what the best way to contact Dr. Dan is, but I will contact him and just sort of offer my services to him, that if he needs to, or if Mark's sort of like, well, I'm going to talk about this and talk about that, maybe I can do some homework for him. That'd be great. Yeah, so all right, I'm just reading through some of these comments. I won't read them out loud. Yeah, okay, Dead in Exile. Wow, there's heaps of comments. So what I'll do, I'll let Mark go through this, and I'll just sort of breeze through some of these comments rather than just sitting there in silence.
Professor Harold Hill, the Music Man, spoke of the electric thrill he once enjoyed when Gilmore, Liberati, Pat Conway, the Great Creator, W.C. Handy, and John Philip Sousa all came to town on the very same historic day. That day is today for my channel, friends. I've got 2 huge pieces of news.
This is an interesting comment by Colin. Here's all these errors and how the KJV is wrong. I do not believe there are any errors, and these issues don't matter. Yeah, it's so strange. Okay.
First, I'm finally doing a King James debate, and I need your help. Second, I just received word this very day that my...
So Calvin says exact, from Latin exactus, from exigo, to drive, ex and ago, Greek to drive, to urge, to press, closely correct or regular, nice, accurate, conform to rule, as a man exact in his dealings. Yeah, so it's exact as a group of the best scholars of that era can be. There's 60 of them, you know. So
my King James Parallel Bible site is going to print with Lexham Press. I'll talk about...
So it's quite amazing. Here it has the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Critical text apparently says the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. But it doesn't, does it? This is the book of the genealogy in all of the critical text Bibles. The only reason he has generation here is because I told him on Facebook when he first started frequenting Facebook. He was on, I think it was Robert Truelove's group, and he was saying, I need help with this and that. And, you know, some people were helping him. And he was showing, you know, all the places where there's changes. And in Matthew 1, I think there was like one change, like firstborn. And I said, well, Mark, you've missed like another, I think I pointed out 4 places. So there was the 2 names, Amos and Amon. What was the other one? It'll come to me. But then there was the issue, I think it was David the king, yeah, where it says David the king. That was another issue. So he changed those 3. But this issue of the generation, I said, look, they've actually redefined Genesis here, the word Genesis underlying generation, because the word appears in the critical text, in the Westcott and Hort text, in Matthew chapter 1, verse 18, or is it verse 16? I think yes, it's verse 18. The birth of Jesus Christ. It means birth. But in the Textus Receptus, it has 2 news, which means it's the word birth in verse 18. But here it's got 1 new, which means that it's the generation. It's not just a genealogy. It's what Christ made, what he generated. It's the natural product of Jesus. So if we were to summarize Jesus' life, well, this is the book of all that Jesus generated, all he made. And so what did he make? Well, he made the church. What did he do? He healed the sick. He died on the cross, So that's the book of the generation. So to make out that this is to do with the genealogy here is completely wrong. And so I've explained this in so many videos, but I just want to kind of summarize this. It says the book, the Greek word is vivlos. Vivlos usually means a whole entire book, like the book of Psalms, the book of Daniel. It's talking about a whole volume. When you're talking about a little section of a book, usually use Vivion, which means a small book. And so you'll see that type of difference. So when it's Vivlos, it's a whole entire book. So it's obviously the introduction to the book of Matthew, the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, and he's the son of David, the son of Abraham, okay? So this is a book, a whole entire narrative, a whole entire volume of all that Jesus generated. So it's basically like in Mark chapter 1, it says, the gospel of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. So it's like, that's what the book's called, the gospel, So here it's like the book of the generation of Jesus Christ. And Jesus is the son of David, he's the son of Abraham. And then it's like, while we're on the topic of, Jesus being related to David and Abraham, let's talk about his cursed stepfather, who, not that he personally was cursed, but the lineage that no one was ever going to sit on the throne of David from his lineage, because there was a king there called Jeconiah who was told that no one from your lineage would ever sit on the throne of David. So obviously some people would have discovered, oh, hang on, we believe Jesus is the Messiah. We saw he rose from the dead. We saw healings. We saw all this stuff. He's the Messiah. We're convinced, but we're doing the genealogy of his dad, and it's like he's one of those guys who no one from his lineage can sit on the throne of David. So obviously it's not the genealogy of Jesus, is it? When you say it's the genealogy of Jesus, and instead of a full stop here, you put like a colon, saying that the rest of the 16 verses that follow are talking about Jesus's genealogy, you're actually coming against the virgin birth. He's not related to Joseph at all, is he? Now, the one in the one in Luke is talking about the genealogy, and so that is relative to Mary. But this genealogy here, this has nothing to do with Jesus. It's just basically proving that Jesus didn't come from a natural birth, because straight away it goes through this list. Then it says the son of Jacob. Then it says, who, what's it say? Who begat Jacob, who begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. Then it says the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. And then it describes the virgin birth. So it's basically saying, here's a book all about Jesus's life. Then it's saying, here's a genealogy of his stepfather who was cursed. Then it's saying, okay, this is how Jesus came to be. There was a virgin birth. So he's not related to this guy at all. If you change it to the book of the genealogy of Jesus Christ, and this is a list of his lineage, it goes to Joseph. It denies the virgin birth. The New King James does this. I explain this to Mark Ward, and that's why he keeps generation. All you have to do is go through all the modern Bibles in Matthew 1:1, and you will see they have genealogy there. So why doesn't he have genealogy there? Because he's like, he understands what I'm saying and the importance of it. So apparently he's going to print this. But how's he going to explain this? And how's he going to explain that the critical text uses genealogy here and not generation? Well, he's not going to explain it, is he? He's not going to underline it. He's just going to leave it as is. If you go to Revelation chapter 1, verse 8, which was just a random place I went to one day, it says the beginning and the end, and it says the critical text has it, but it doesn't have it. His work's sloppy. I said to him, if I can find 4 places in the book of Matthew, which you haven't discovered yet, if I equate that to all 260 New Testament places, or chapters, sorry, that's a lot of places where I've got to find errors, and you're putting them into your site. I'm doing a lot of work for you. And so I said, look, I've done Matthew 1 basically just to show that you are not doing proper study here. And so anyway, it wasn't long after that Mark Ward blocked me. Okay, so the whole reason Generation is there is because of me. I know that. Who else on the internet is saying this stuff about Matthew 1:1? No one. I know that because I've studied it. I scour the internet going, who's saying this? Because I want to learn more and grow and but yeah, anyway.
Each topic in turn, but in reverse order. New Lexham title, then the debate and the appeal for help. First, the King James Parallel Bible. I began working on this site in the spring of 2017. I had heard countless times from King James defenders that the critical text of the Greek New Testament and the Textus Receptus were massively different. I wanted to see for myself if this was true. And I wanted to put all those differences on display for English speakers. I wanted this site to be just the facts man. I also wanted to work with critical text and TR proponents to produce it. I believe I succeeded in my first goal, but I really struggled with the second.
That's because we could see that you weren't really you were like, no, that's not an issue, and you were fighting against us. So we were like, why would we help? And the thing is, you were like, see, there's hardly any difference. And I'm just pointed out one difference can change the whole genealogy, being of that of Jesus or that of his stepfather who's cursed. It can come against the whole virgin birth narrative. There's so many problems that it caused through that just one change. And it's a critical text change because they say it means the birth of Jesus Christ, where it says the generation, because they get the Westcott and Hort reading that the word birth, that means the same as Matthew 1:1. It's the same as Matthew 1:18 and a few other places. So it just means birth. So it's the birth book of Jesus. It's a genealogy of Jesus. So they introduced this error. So he's like, I wanted TR people to work with me. And we did. But then it's like you weren't listening. The more that we showed, it's just like, no, that's not important. And now he goes around saying, if you read my parallel Bible, you'll see how little has changed. If you don't have the ability to go through and see where there's changes. And so anyway.
I just couldn't get TR guys to work with me on the site, though a few did endorse the site in various ways, including Chuck Surratt.
Endorsing the site is not the same as working. I did Matthew 1. I went through it and went, no, here's 4 places. You would think that I would go through and find none, or find one. Maybe this generation one was like, oh yeah, but it was the Amos Amon issue. That was another one, and you've got it underlined there. Let's quickly bring it up. So we got Parallel Bible Mark Ward. So if you missed it, they're going to print this as a Bible. It's like, what on earth? Okay, so Matthew 1. So you can see he's not really concerned about that. In all the modern versions, it says genealogy, but he's saying, no, we're going to go with these words. Boaz, okay, well, that's an issue. The king, that's an issue. Asaph, and Amos and Amon, okay. Then down the bottom, Az, and her firstborn, okay. So I went through this with a fine-tooth comb. And I was like, here, and here. And it was like, okay, everything except for the generation one, which is the underlying Greek where it has the birth in the critical text, it drops the nu. So it causes it to be a Genesis without a nu, which means to be generated. So that's why some people can actually translate this. Now the generation of Jesus was on this wise, or how Jesus had an origin. That's how bad it is in the critical text. So it should say, now the origin of Jesus was on this way. But because the birth of Jesus, some Bibles even start here. That's how that they skip the genealogies. I think it's the Lindisfarne Gospels. It starts here on that page. It's all decorative and with the big row symbol on it. So anyway, I think you get the drift.
And Robert Truelove. When the site was finally completed in 2019 with the help of some excellent volunteers and one bad one who mixed up some chapters in one gospel, I didn't have a YouTube channel. It took me several more years to get around to talking about the site on the channel. New Testament textual criticism is just not the focus here. But when I did talk about the site, I suddenly started getting the same feedback over and over. Can I get this in print? When are you going to put this into print? The answer is soon. The project has been professionally edited, including especially the chapters that were mixed up. And they will, Lord willing, go into Logos and then into print in a beautiful edition that I think will be useful to people on both sides of the King James aisle. I'm actually hopeful that some King James only schools will adopt it as a textbook. I hope too to get endorsements from both sides of the aisle.
Endorsing, like seriously, anyone who endorses this, it's like I'll just show you, because I know I mentioned it, but sometimes visual speaks a lot. So one day I just went to Revelation. I was actually going to talk about something else in Revelation 1:8. I went Revelation chapter 1, verse 8. Oh, they've got the word God there, which is a difference from the critical text and the TR. But the beginning and the ending is not in the critical text at all. Now, I'll just show you. Revelation chapter 1, verse 8. Greek. Should just go to Bible Hub. Yeah, here we go. Or is that Revelation 11:8? Yeah, it is. Let's go 1:8. Now, go to parallel Greek. Additional parallel Greek. This is the secret little button that you press and you get Beza's one come up as well. Okay. So we know the Textus Receptus has the beginning and the ending. So the RKK telos. Now let's copy that. Let's find. Okay, so the Textus Receptus has those. Scriveners, Stephanus, Beza, they all have this. Notice it's not in Tischendorf, is it? Or the Greek Orthodox, or the Byzantine, or Westcott and Hort, or the Nestle Greek. It's not in there. So why on earth does he have it in the critical text list when it's not in the critical text? That's because his work is so sloppy that when I was just going to a random thing, I was like, hang on, I don't think it's got beginning and the end there either. And I'm sure that I could go through Revelation 1. I might even do this as a bit of a project and just show where there's maybe 10 more variants that are in the critical text that he's not talking about. So this is the thing. He's so sloppy. You just can't trust that what he's saying. And the thing is, one of the main things is the redefinition of terms. It's not just, the critical text, you got the a wrong Greek and all this. It's how those words are defined. There's been a redefinition of terms. And so, monogenes means only begotten in the real world. In the Anglo-Sanhedrin world, it means unique or one of a kind, which is the word monodikos in Greek. But anyway, I think you get the drift. Let's go back to here.
I want this project to be a place of common ground, a place for rebuilding some Christian unity that's been lost among conservative brothers. Watch for this new book sometime in 2025. I think it's going to look stupendous. My friends at Lexham are top notch. Also in 2025, they should be releasing my next regular book, King James Words You Don't Know, You Don't Know. It's with my editor now.
Now to the debate. I've long felt that I would do at least one debate before retiring from public engagement over the King James. I see it as a capstone to my popular work on this topic. The day has come. I've rejected several invitations over the years from guys who I just thought were so extreme or odd or uncharitable.
Extreme or odd or uncharitable. So I guess, talking about someone who, like Peter Van Cleek, extreme, odd, uncharitable. Thomas Ross, extreme, odd, probably me, extreme, odd, uncharitable. Like, can't you see this as passive aggressive? You know what I mean? And it shouldn't matter if someone is extreme or odd or uncharitable. It shouldn't matter. If they're saying the truth, if someone's saying, okay, the Trinity is this, but they're extreme or they're odd or they're uncharitable, it shouldn't matter. Now, if they're heretical, that's different. So Mark's got his own criteria, and he's like, well, you don't match my criteria, and so he just snubs you as like, and you could never get into his good books after that. You'd have to grovel, and for what? What have you actually done? You'd probably just called him out on something. He got offended, and so this is the thing. It's like the whole woke thing. If he's offended at something, it's your fault. So he's actually being the judgmental one. I'm pointing out where he's wrong. Okay. He's pointing out character flaws in people and saying you're not even worth interacting with because of your character flaws, which is basically saying I'm a virtuous Christian. I'm way more of a Christian than you. I've set myself up. I virtue signal and tell everyone how charitable I am, and I demonize you and say that you are not charitable because I find your arguments offensive, and the way that you say truth, you don't, put cotton wool around it. You just say it out there in the open, real facts. I can't deal with that, and so I have to say that you're uncharitable, and you don't walk around like you're walking on eggshells around me. I'm upset. You've upset me. You're a mean and nasty guy. And that's just sort of what else can you get from that type of language, I mean, man, I'm from Australia. We used to be a convict nation full of murderers and rapists and killers and sheep stealers, and that it's changed over the years, but we're Australians.
Charitable, that I just recoiled at the thought of. The day has come. I've rejected several invitations over the years from guys who I just thought were so extreme or odd or uncharitable that I just recoiled at the thought of public discussion with them. Joe Shakur, who's most definitely not in that bad group, once said to me that he'd rather do a discussion with me than a debate. That too might happen someday. I really liked that comment from him. I want to feel that I share some key common ground with my debate opponent. I want to feel that we're in the common pursuit of truth. I want to see a King James only defender listen hard to my viewpoint the way I've listened to theirs. The other guys who wanted to debate me just didn't show any evidence that they could listen to me without the twisted ears of ideology blocking their ability to understand.
So it would be much more charitable of Mark to explain exactly who he's talking about, because just having a vague generalization, if I just said, well, I was talking to these critical text guys, and I was thinking, who could I debate? But I just don't see any of them having the ability to understand it without their presuppositions just destroying their narrative. And it's like just be real, Mark. Just call a spade, name a name. Paul named 9 people by name. He said Alexander the coppersmith this, and we've got Diotrephes this, and Demetrius that. Name people, like say what you mean. Don't say riddles. And so have a listen to this again.
debate. I've long felt that I would do at least one debate before retiring from public engagement over the King James. I see it as a capstone to my popular work on this topic. The day has come. I've rejected several invitations over the years from guys who I just thought were so extreme or odd or uncharitable that I just recoiled at the thought of public discussion with them. Joe Shakur, who's most definitely not...
Well, he's pretty much blocked any voice of dissent. Like, he blocked Christopher Yetzer. He's demonized Bryan Ross. I mean, Bryan Ross is probably the nicest guy around, you know. I doubt he would even debate Jonathan Sheffield on this, who's Mr. Nice Guy, you know.
And that bad group once said to me that he'd rather do a discussion with me than a debate. That too might happen someday. I really liked that comment from him. I want to feel that I share some key common ground with my debate opponent. I want to feel that we're in the common pursuit of truth. I want to see a King James only defender listen hard to my viewpoint the way I've listened to theirs. The other guys who wanted to debate me just didn't show any evidence that they could listen to me without the twisted ears of ideology blocking their ability to understand.
So that's just summed right up. Like, anyone who's challenged Mark Ward to a debate is in that category. So I guess I'm there. But because he hasn't named names, you just don't know. He's like, I want to see a KJV defender listen hard to my viewpoint. I don't see any evidence that they've really listened without the twisted ears of ideology blocking their ability.
Evidence that they could listen to me without the twisted ears of ideology blocking their ability to understand.
I mean, wouldn't you rather debate someone who's done hours and hours and hours of critique on your work? So I can actually steel man his argument. And I can say, yeah, well, at the beginning, I thought Mark Ward was saying this about false friends. And no, he was actually meant this. And I probably got a few little, you know, P's and Q's wrong. But I've, over the years, listened to everything. I've critiqued his video, you know, but apparently I'm just totally unapproachable. It's, yeah, quite amazing.
I want someone with whom I can have a real conversation, genuine give and take. Such a man has come to stand in the...
A real conversation. Anyway.
Gap, my friends. His name is Dan Hafley. He's one of the founding members of the King James Bible Research Council. Dan and I have been having pointed but cordial discussion over email and on the phone for some time now. He's won my trust and his goodwill, though we, of course, disagree over some serious matters, and that's why we're having a debate. The debate will take place Monday evening, October 21st at Dayspring Bible College in Mundelein, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago. The college is 40 minutes from O'Hare. The KJBRC is the major sponsor. I hope that's the right word of this event. Details are going to appear on their blog soon, I think. I just officially agreed to this today, and I need your help. I will have travel and lodging costs to cover. I tend to appeal for funds only when the need for them spikes, and it's doing so now. If I could get 35 people to be on the $5 a month, membership tier here on YouTube, I could cover my costs in just a few months. I have reason to believe that a debate will reach people that my videos will never reach.
35 people. I just want to do 35 times 5. Oh, yeah, he's not asking for much.
I believe I understand those people who just won't listen to me, if they even hear of me at all. They hear that I'm the guy who says the King James is impossible to read. That's the way I'm described among King James onlyists. And of course, such an obviously silly...
It's because you do make that claim, Mark. You're like, well, it's unintelligible, so we should go to a modern Bible. You're saying that, but then you're saying, well, no, just go to the New King James, that's fine. But then you're like, well, it's not completely unintelligible, but you're saying it's unintelligible enough to discard it and go to a modern version. So that's exactly what you're saying. Well, listen to what he says here.
If they even hear of me at all, they hear that I'm the guy who says the King James is impossible to read.
We're not saying that you said it's impossible to read. That's an over-exaggeration. What we're saying is you're saying that in places it causes people not to understand, understandeth what thou readest, and we're not understanding every word, so we're not really getting every word, and so we should really dump the King James and go elsewhere. That's what you're saying. So that equates to you're saying the King James is impossible to read. Now, obviously, we're not saying in every place. Like, it's like saying, okay, if you go and live in Israel at the moment, you could face terrorism. It's like, and then summarizing it and saying, yeah, don't go to Israel. There's a terrorism alert. And someone going, hang on, what about the north of Tel Aviv? There's a place that hasn't been bombed ever. They're peaceful. They're out in the streets. They're enjoying themselves. It's not a terror alert there. And it's like, well, you understand what we're saying. You're claiming that the King James is unreadable in those places, and you're saying, oh, there's enough places. There's like 1,000 places where all these false friends are, let alone archaic words and all the rest of it. And then, so you're basically saying it's unreadable, that we're not understanding it. You're using 1 Corinthians, because the verse that he's using, let's have a quick look. 1 Corinthians chapter 14. Okay. Okay. Might be the first one. For so with yourselves, with your tongue. So this is obviously, this is the English Standard Version, which he would agree with. If a bugle gives an indistinct sound, who will get ready for battle? So with yourselves, if with your tongue you utter speech that is not intelligible, how will anyone know what is said? For you'll be speaking into the air. There are doubtless many different languages in the world, and none without meaning. But if I do not know the meaning of a language, I will be a foreigner to the speaker, and the speaker a foreigner to me. So with yourselves, since you are eager for manifestations of the Spirit, strive to excel in building the church. Therefore, if one who speaks in a tongue should pray that he interpret. For if I pray with the tongue, my spirit prays, but my mind is unfruitful. And so I'm looking for the word understanding. Okay, so it's probably, I should have just written King James, KJV. It's so hard when you go to these modern Bibles and you're not really sure exactly what you're looking for. So likewise, except you utter by the tongue, words easy to be understood, how should we know what is spoken? For in the Spirit he speaketh mysteries. If I pray in an unknown tongue, my spirit prayeth, but my understanding is unfruitful. So I will pray with the Spirit also. I will sing with the Spirit also. Else, how shall thou bless with the Spirit? When thou bless with the Spirit, how shall he that occupieth the room of the unlearned say amen at the giving of thanks, seeing he understandeth not what thou sayest? So they're obviously talking about foreign languages, completely unintelligible. Not because even we know historically, even Corinth, Galatia, many places in the Greek Empire, they had different types of Greek being spoken. So just like with English, you travel to different places and you run into Australians, New Zealanders, South Africans, Irish, English, American, and sometimes they can struggle to understand each other. But they're, regardless of just those little quirky things, we can break through there. With the King James, yes, there's some quirky things to certain people. Sometimes it's not an issue. Like, I grew up in Australia. We have certain words that we use all the time, like reckon. Like, people say, what do you reckon? Well, what do you think? It's just so common. Where Americans are usually like, well, that's in the archaic word list. And they're saying, well, we never use reckon. And, so anyway, he's using this context where it's like a completely foreign language and saying He's using this for the King James. So isn't that enough to say, well, he's basically saying it's a complete foreign language in these places, it's unintelligible. So he's saying the King James is unintelligible, but then it's like they'll hear that I'm the guy who says the KJV is impossible to read. Well, what's unintelligible? Anyway.
That's the way I'm described among King James onlyists. And of course, such an obviously silly position is easy to dismiss. Why bother listening to such a fool and an enemy? But debates somehow get people listening. I'm praying that my simple biblical message, edification requires intelligibility, will impact hearts and minds for years to come through this debate. Would you help me reach the Christians God already knows will be willing to listen, even if they don't know that they're willing? You'll be helping brothers who are overtaken in a complicated fall that is hard to get out of without that help. I don't need your help with the New Testament edition. If you find it useful, buy it. If not, no problem. But $5 a month will feed a starving King James onlyist. Will you help?
Okay. Okay, so I'll just go through some of these comments, and then I think I'm going to shut it down. So I'm not going to read them through them all loudly. I'll just read through them. Yeah, I think the whole thing about, Mark Ward, effeminate, because the thing is, effeminate in the Bible means something completely different to effeminate as we use it today. We say someone's acting effeminate, they're acting camp or whatever. But it just depends who you're talking to. I listen to people from the UK. I know lots of, Australia is full of British people. And some people are like, hello, chaps. Hey, and they've got a wife and kids. They're not homosexual at all. They're not even considered, camp or anything. So I know Aussies who they sort of sound a bit like that, but they're some of the most masculine people I know. They play footy. They're everything that you would say. Well, but even just saying footy, I've heard Americans go, we'd never call it footy. That, there's something wrong with you sexually. I've actually heard a pastor say that from the pulpit. It's like, you guys play footy? Like, there has to be something wrong with you sexually if you call it footy. It's like, okay, but that's what we call it. Sorry. It's just our language, But so I think the whole effeminate thing, I think Mark Ward actually enjoys playing the victim on that card, so that's why I just don't bother with it. But I also don't really say, I know it's been said over and over and over, but but the thing is, if someone's gonna jump on and say, hey, I'm into ultimate frisbee and all this sort of stuff, they're not going to appeal to someone who's some guy who owns some pit bulls standing on the porch in America, just like, a farmer who's rough. They're going to say, who is this guy with his ultimate frisbee? He's a girl, that's what they would say. And so Mark has to just wear that. When people say he's effeminate, they're not saying he's homosexual. And so this is the thing. So some people are just like, well, he sounds girly to me or whatever, But then I don't understand fully the ramifications of the American language. Sometimes there are words that are used commonly that here in Australia we wouldn't use, and so we would say someone sounds like a sissy or whatever, but you wouldn't even say that to someone. It's just really a non-issue here in Australia because some people from certain cities, they develop an accent and it's really hard to get out of that. And so some people speak very posh and they talk like they've got a plum in their mouth, but that's just the way life is. And so, okay, a few of these. Okay, everyone's chatting about that. Okay. All right. Yeah. So God bless you guys. I started to watch your stream there, Brett, but I sort of had a small window of opportunity to jump online. So I was like, okay, I've got to do my own video. But thanks for joining us, guys. Lots of people came in. We had Christian McShaffrey here. We had Dwayne Green here, Helg. And so I just want to say for Helg, I appreciate that New King James document. If you type in Helg Evanson, New King James, it'll come up in academia, and it's got some good stuff. And so that's one article I haven't double checked with the 2023 KJV edition. So I saw that there was a couple of issues. And as I said, they didn't seem to really affect the meaning, but they do affect the fact that we are following every Greek word, and we want to make sure that we do that. And so it looks like there's going to be a couple of verses that are changed in slight minor ways. But that's why I've put it out there for people to send me information. If there's any error, any problems, they will be fixed. And so, but apart from that, everyone is just saying good night. Baal, good night. Mark Ward's channel. Okay. Bless you guys. I'll play my little outro. And yeah, thanks for joining us. We'll see you again soon.